Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Oh, look at me. I'm retarded. I'm a globe.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke, you broke. Your love life's the old way. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. When it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, even your year. But I'll be there for you when the rain starts to pour. I'll be there for you like I've been there before. I'll be there for you, so there for
The whole system is designed to disconnect you from your intuition. Why? Disconnected people are easy to manipulate. Everything from sunscreen to politics to the food industry. It's all designed to disconnect and manipulate you. We are in the middle of a war right now, but it's not a traditional war. It's a war on consciousness. It's a war on freedom. This is the time to listen, not to the news. No, your intuition, your gut, your heart. Love is the greatest weapon against darkness. How do you love more? You begin by loving yourself. How do you love yourself? You listen to the messages your body is telling you.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square. Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my no-no square.
Now let me see you
nothing. Everybody call me Big Pimpin'. No, I ain't bluffing. I'm with your mom in the kitchen, making blueberry muffins.
Taste the biscuit. Taste the goodness of the biscuit. Taste the honey sauce. Taste the goodness of the biscuit with the honey sauce. Don't get that honey sauce on me. I don't like the way it tastes with my chicken wings.
Chicken banana, chicken banana, chicken banana, banana, banana.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I just switched up shit on you, baby. You don't know what I've done. What's going on, everybody? Here we are again. Another beginning of the week. Look at all these people in here. High Legend says level water. We got the Brian Tucker, accept no imitations. We got Eldon Bean here. We got Marlene Brown. Eldon Bean, always a pleasure to have you here. Who was that? Nathan? I gotta make sure I got that right. Yeah, Nathan Bowers, thank you for your donation. Much appreciated. It helps out. What did he say in his little, with a message to it? That was pretty good. Let me look real quick. It said, dog treats for your cherished fur babies. Yeah, I'll tell you what, that little one, that one right there, the one that's like a little Roomba, she's got some fat on her. I gotta watch her, man. She'll eat anything. And voracious. Oh my God, man. I'll take a lo mein noodle. If I have Chinese food, I'll take a lo mein noodle and hold it out like that. And she's like, oh, it's gone. Like immediately. So I was like, I wonder how much is too much for her. So there was a big broccoli flower in my food. And I'm not a big broccoli fan. So I said, here, you want some broccoli? And I put that down there. I'm not shitting you. She ate a broccoli flower that was this big around. In like less than a second and a half, it was fucking gone. And I was like, holy crap, this dog is voracious. He's like a little Tasmanian devil or something. But she's the sweetest thing in the world. She loves me to death. But yeah, so we're going on that. We're not got any specific agenda in mind tonight. Just going to discuss some shit. It is an open panel. If you're not drunk, please don't be drunk. And you'd like to come on, click that link and come on up. You don't have to be out in front of the world on camera, but when you come backstage, if I don't know who you are, I'm going to have you turn your camera on just for me so I can verify that you're actually a person and then bring you up. Because unfortunately, there are some really horrible fucking people out there in this world that just, for some reason, because they don't like what someone else is saying, that they want to do outlandish negative activities towards them. And it really begs the question, what kind of sanity are we dealing with? And these are people that are 9 out of 10 times globetards, globers. They believe this nonsense. And because they're so fucking hypnotized into it, they get really fucking angry if I or you don't, to the point where they'll actually try to destroy someone's life. In cases we've seen instances, and you look at this character, this Fed boy state actor they poses as Michael Toon, Canadian Mountie and intelligence and shit. This motherfucker's a dirtbag. And he goes to the lengths of making out like a parody Wikipedia page, making outlandish claims and shit and slandering people because they don't believe in his fictitious fucking ball earth. Now that takes a real special kind of fucking psychopath right there. It really does. I think many of you are aware when Fight the Fat Ass, Craig McNeil, he called the sheriff's department where I live here, all the way from over where he lives in Scotland or whatever. He calls over here, gets a hold of this fucking rinky-dink police department, sheriff's department here in this area, to say that I threatened to cut his head off on the fucking internet, which I didn't. I didn't threaten a decapitation. That was stupid. He just thought that he was going to be able to lash out with his anger at not being able to prove his ridiculous shit and try to get me in trouble. Well, of course it didn't work or anything else like that. In fact, from what I understand, after they got off the phone with him, they were like, what the fuck kind of nutcase is that right there? But yeah, that it just shows you the level of psychopathy. A normal person, if they didn't believe it, they go, huh, well, okay, that's your business. You want to believe that. Not these guys. They're state actors, which tells you right off the bat that they're psychopaths. Okay, that should tell you, because I can't see anybody wanting to work in those fucking positions unless they were a psychopath. Maybe that's the type of recruitment level that they're at. Hey, let's look at the psychological evaluations of these kids from this school. Hey, here's one that, yeah, he looks pretty fucking crazy. Let's take him. Jesus Christ, that's what they do. Holy crap. We got Crip Rick out here tonight. How's everybody doing? We're doing fantastic so far. At least I am. I can't speak for everybody. DeWitt Straight Laces, Heresy Seed, Kim Ray D, One More Quarter. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to share this. There's ABC is here with us too. How about that? We got, I went Brian Tucker. I knew that one. Eldon Bean. And we got, there's Cookie Monster. Cookie Monster's in here tonight. Mike Smith's here. We got a bunch of people. We got 87 right now watching. That's a comfortable number. I like that. The chat isn't going fucking ape shit. Let me see if I got my little friend came back with that shit on me. Cool. I'm going to do something here for him. I'm going to share this right here with him, because he's see what happens. Anyway, he's trying to tell me today, this guy that I shared the show with him. He's trying to tell me today that he did an experiment. Now I'm going to tell you what his experiment was. Okay. He said he took a thing, a block of something. And he had these pictures, 3 different pictures of the block on the scale taken at different angles. And he said he weighed this object at different elevations, and it weighed less the higher up he got. And I said, okay, I don't agree with those results. I said, did you calibrate those scales every time when you moved them? No. So what controls did you have in place? Because I know that as you decrease pressure, weight increases. So what controls did you have? Did you do 3 measurements at the same altitude in 3 different places as a control? See if there was any anomalies in your measurements there? No, he didn't do any of that. So he grew by that. This is the correlation bias he drew from that. That because he believes that there's this force coming out of the middle of the earth, that the further from it you get, the lighter you become. And you inferred that from taking a scale, weighing something, climbing up a hill or something, or going to another place that was at a higher elevation. You weren't higher above you were still on the earth. Are you telling me if you were to go up on a mountain and drop 2 objects that they would not fall at 9.8 meters per second squared, that they would actually fall at a slower rate? That's what you're postulating. And I don't understand how he comes up with that idea of any of that. It's all just based on assumptive reasoning with no real deductions. I say that is the problem with correlation bias. For instance, if I was to put a fucking roast in the oven. And somebody came over and says, wow, that's really nice, this oven you've got there. What does the heating, what cooks that meat? And I say, well, you see that little light right there where it says on? When that is on, it's cooking the meat. That is what's cooking the meat. That'd be the same thing. Just equating, because that light is on and the meat is cooking, that means that the light is cooking the meat. Now, does that sound like sound reasoning at all? Does that sound like any attempt at even cracking into the scientific method as to deciding what is actually causing the fucking heat in the oven? And it's not the little light. This is the thing, man. This is the thing. You gotta, I don't know where these people come up with this shit. They've been drilled in the head with this fucking stupid gravity goddamn thing. And it's fucking boogeyman nonsense. I don't know how or why anybody would believe such a thing. And especially this thing, mass attracts mass. You've never witnessed that happen anywhere in nature. Nobody's ever witnessed that. Why would you think that? How dumb is that? Why would it? Why would it? What's the mechanics involved? Where's the mass obtaining the energy to create a force capable of moving another mass? Any other force that's capable of moving another mass requires energy input. And the best part is that this energy that's being transformed into a gravitational force never succumbs to entropy. What? Never decays, never runs out, stays consistent? Even though it's employed and working all the time. Where is this fucking magical energy source coming from? My God, y'all. Wow. So a lot of shit is really that they have is really dependent upon assumption. It really is. And correlation bias. And when it comes down to proving their claim, they have to use a reversal fallacy. They always have to use a reversal fallacy. It'd be like me saying, I can turn into an iguana at any moment that I wish to. Prove that I can't. What? Fuck you. You proved that you can turn into an iguana. That's some bizarre shit. Just as bizarre as believing that you are a monkey on a spinning water ball hurtling through a void in several different directions. Do you realize how fucking crazy and nonsensical that actually is? Whew. Holy shit. And they say that's science. They say that's science. Oh, look here. We got somebody else that might be interested. Let's see if we can get him up here too. We'll try. Let's see here. Let's say there you go. Come on live and discuss it. Come on, buddy. Give me another one here real quick. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. I'm just I get tired of hearing these fucking people's faces, you know. Let's put up or shut up. You know what I'm saying? There we go. Well, let's see what else we got going on. I thought this was kind of interesting. They're saying that the people who went and trusted the science, you know, the same science that pled the fifth 111 fucking times in front of Congress. Remember that? The science. That they have different DNA. Let me get this rolling along here. Flat Earth ain't the only goddamn thing we talk about up here now. I'll tell you what. It's all connected. Because see, the people believing they on a globe, trusting the science and shit like that, they all got when it came to this shit right here. They scared the fuck out of them and coerced them into it. Boom. Because they trusted the science. And the whole thing was just basically a case of Chicken Little saying that the sky was falling. Got people to do that.
Tell us a little bit about the study that just came out of Sweden that is just so alarming.
The news is buzzing out of Lund University, Malmo, Sweden. Marcus Alden is the first author. The first demonstration in a human hepatic or liver cell line that the Pfizer vaccine, in fact, reverse transcribes and installs DNA into the human genome.
Wow. And so in simple terms, what does that mean, Dr. Bartlett?
Thank you for making it simple. So basically, there's an enzyme that can take that messenger RNA vaccine information and put it into the DNA of the person, into their DNA. And we were told that could not happen. So this is in a lab, but it's showing that you remember the vaccine is messenger RNA.
Yeah.
And we were told that that messenger RNA could not go into your DNA, but this is showing that in a lab it can.
And so what happens when it does, Dr. Gold?
Well, can I answer slightly different than your question?
Yeah.
So one of the fun things about the last couple of years being a doctor and lawyer is this is a very interesting opportunity. And I think we're going to be bringing another lawsuit because there's actually federal law that you cannot discriminate against people for genetic discriminations. I forgot the acronym. I think it's GINA, G-I-N-A. GINA, right? So this now opens the door to saying that if you're not allowing somebody in who chose not to get the shot, that you're actually engaging in genetic discrimination. So I think there's this Sweden study, I think, opens the door to a new type of lawsuit.
If you're pregnant and you have this done, can that then affect your baby?
Yes, this is the alarming finding. The CDC says on its website very explicitly, this will not change your DNA. The paper that came out of Sweden. Now, there'll be many more to confirm it. And the steps are to confirm it, to confirm that the entire code is installed, and then to actually confirm that it's expressed, meaning that the spike protein now is continuously expressed from human cells. But because the lipid nanoparticles are taken up everywhere, that means somatic cells in your organs, but also your gametocytes, actually the cells that actually are the sperm and the egg. If they are carrying it, that indeed means that, in fact, it could be passed to the daughter cells. And
so that could be open up for birth defects and
Jeez, yeah, and then even you go into the whole process of gametes. You know, you've heard that thing that, you know, when you have sex with someone, you're having sex with everyone they've had sex with, in particular with females. Yeah, you know, for instance, there's a lot of instances of this. For instance, a Caucasian woman who frequently has sex with black men can get pregnant by a white guy, and the child still exhibit Negroid traits in his features because of the thing, I believe they call it gametes or something like that. It's really weird, man. This is the whole problem, is they've gotten right in there and started fucking with something they know very little about, and that is the human gene, and the genome in particular. For years and years, they say, we discovered DNA and we know what it's all about, and there's only about 20% of it that we have, that the rest of it's junk DNA. Well, then later on, after they've already opened Pandora's box and started fucking with it, they find out that, oh, it's not junk DNA, that these different fucking sequences work together with one another. And it's like, well, hell of a time to start dicking with it now, isn't it? You know, and now it's led to this bullshit, see? God, how you doing, Moonbounce? Are you bouncing? You're muted.
I'm doing good.
There you go. That's what counts.
I wanted to come on and act under the influence. Hey, Saul.
Yeah. That's fucking God. We had one the other night like that.
Yeah, but what do you think about like back in the past where they're talking about like maybe like how we were created anyway? Like if somebody was doing that gene stuff back then, which like brought us around from, you know, to be the species we are, and they're just like trying to figure it out.
I don't know. Or maybe it's a pretext to creating some kind of a Borg society. You remember?
Because
Did you ever see that on? Did you ever watch Star Trek?
yeah,
Okay, you
yeah,
remember the
but
Borg? You will be
right,
assimilated. Resistance is futile, right?
right.
Fuck that shit. I think that's what they're trying to create, man. Is like a Borg culture.
But I mean, you think they've been cloning people for a while?
You know, I think that there's a great possibility of that. Just really based on this, you know, there's nothing new under the sun, right? Nothing new under the sun. And you know, there's a lot of shit to suggest that there was something going on as far as genetics, the incubator babies, these cabbage patch baby shit, all this crazy stuff. So do I know? Not for certain, but I am certain enough that there was some kind of an event or series of events that took place that wiped out a great majority of the Earth's population. And there was a definite repopulation effort that took place. Now, the rest of it, what can I go by? Nothing more than logic and speculation. So anything beyond that, and of course, all of it being a belief, because can I prove? Well, I can prove that we've got ossuaries all over the fucking world with impossible numbers of human bones that have been preserved all at the same state of decay. Who the fuck were these people, man? Where did they come from? Who put these fucking bones in there like that,
Yeah.
too? Hey, you know, I got a great idea to do with all these bodies. What? Well, we'll carefully preserve all their bones and we'll, you know, there's some kind of fucking weird shit going on with this, you know? Maybe it was a battle with the orcs and the orcs fucking won, man, and that's their thing that they like to do. It's who the fuck knows, but that's very curious to me. That's very curious. Also, this massive repopulation orphan train shit. Now, they got flimsy excuses about foundlings and morality laws and all that other fucking bullshit, but I can't see that as viable source of all these infants. That if you're so concerned about the welfare of this child because he's in a single parent household or whatever, you're just going to go ahead and put him on a train and let any fucking weirdo that wants to adopt them? That don't make any goddamn sense to me. So there's too many holes in their fucking stories, you know?
Well, it's the same kind of thing. It's like what everybody does that thing I noticed where they go, his story, you know, and it's like, well, dang, and all these people have their own story. But then if you listen, it's like, it's almost like um, it gets convoluted, you know, and just trying to figure out that thing because this crosses over that. And then it's like a crossword puzzle. And well, if that letter, it's almost like a Sudoku puzzle, right? When you're listening to all that stuff, what number you put in the right square to like try to figure out at the end
Right.
what your actual thought of the whole process is.
Right.
Like,
Well, Heron, can you have a body without a soul? If not, cloning can't be possible. I believe that you can. I believe that there, without consciousness, there can be the autonomous physical memory responses that are, and I think we run across a lot of those people all the time that have no soul, that have no higher conscience. They're just fucking meat suits that walk around. Most of them, I think, created. Some of them did it to themselves willingly. But yeah, I believe that there are soulless beings walking around, being manipulated and harnessed by, you know, when I say soulless, not human soul, that they have, I don't know, Legion or whatever is actually running them. I mean, take this fucking weirdo, Lindsey Graham that we just recently had. How could that man have a soul? The man didn't have a conscience. And he met his just rewards by getting blown up in a drone factory. Someone who raved and danced around with a fucking boner over war all the time and other people getting killed that aren't him. relishing in violence and explosions and the killing of innocent civilians ends up getting killed in that manner. I think that's poetic justice 100%. But look at him. How could anybody be that way that has a soul, that isn't influenced or completely inhabited by Legion or one of the many demons that roam the earth? I think that they found a way to make avatars that they can inhabit. But one of the things they don't like about making these avatars that they can inhabit is that it has a lifespan. They want to live forever. So why not create an AI android that they can inhabit? That's what I think they're working on right now, man. But there again, all speculation for entertainment purposes only.
Because,
Yeah.
I mean, you pretty much, I mean, in that description of what you just described, right? You can almost like put, I almost want to say 100% of the population, that we all, in our own way, are being influenced by some power. Something, there's always an influence being placed upon us in some way or another. So, what we decide to do with it, or whether we're even conscious of it, of what direction we would go or what step we're going to take to understand. Am I really making that step, or have I been influenced in some way throughout my day, throughout my week, is influencing me to take this step with my left foot instead of my right foot? Like, you know, how do
All right,
we know
well,
within ourselves we don't
think
fit
about
in?
it. I look at it kind of like this, man. That we are the avatar that is connected to the consciousness of our actual selves. Okay. Now, I kind of look at it in a sense of a video game. Let's just pick one, for instance. Like, have you ever seen Red Dead Redemption?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's a pretty cool game, cowboys and everything else like that now. Right. And it's a whole story that unfolds, and everything that takes place within that story is dependent on what you've done before. Right. Like doing different things can change the outcome of what happens to your character. Right. And you get to play that over several times. But let's just say you're going along and you're playing Red Dead Redemption. Now the character, let's focus on the character in the game. The character in the game on the screen is essentially you. Your conscious decisions are making it move. You're making it decide what to do. You're everything. And so from that video game avatar's perspective, he is doing all of that and completely unaware of you. Completely unaware that all of his actions are being guided by the guy playing the game. Do you get it? So you got to look at, like, you have literally given the character that you're playing on the screen consciousness through transfer of yourself. Even though we don't view it as consciousness, we gave it the consciousness because we were the consciousness. Now, back that up one step. You're the avatar in the video game, and your higher conscience is the player. Dig? See where I'm coming from with that?
Yeah, because that's what I was talking about. How do we know within
Right.
ourselves?
You don't. You're not supposed to. It ruins the experience. Real quick, I got a guy named Him the Tool Man back in the back chat. I'm not familiar. Hey, buddy, can you hold up your right hand and make a peace sign, just like I'm doing right there? No, your right hand. There you go. All right, come on up. We got your button on the stage, though. What's up, Heron Song?
I got questions for you, mister.
Oh, okay.
Somebody came in guns blazing. He's a very peaceful man. I feel very attacked my first time on panel, sir.
Oh, you're all right, bro.
100%
You're all right.
sassy. With
I'm
love.
kidding.
Oh yeah,
I'm totally
Heron's a friend of the show for a long time back. She's up there in the Great White North. You hoser.
It's pretty green right now, but yes, you are indeed correct, sir.
Oh, that's that 3 weeks you guys get called summer, right? No, I'm just kidding.
No way, man. We've had a good one. Like end of May,
Yeah.
we'll be outside,
Eight,
shorts and
you're
t-shirts
gonna be
till.
you're gonna be outside.
Oh, stop.
Are you gonna be out and about? I'm just
Perhaps.
messing with you, honey. I'm just messing with you.
Only you, Sav. Anyone else, let me tell you, different outcome. Okay, but for real, I'm just, you know me, I'm in, I'm out. I wanted to clarify a couple of things here. So regarding the soul and
Right.
like the meat bag or the like your
Me
rental
too.
unit for Earth, right?
Right. Your car
So
is your car, man.
in
You
a
can pimp your
way,
ride all you want to, but it's not going to change the engine.
no, but I think your soul is like the gas. Now check it. There's because because assuming, let's just assume that you and I, Sav, both have a soul.
Right.
Now, this is not where we're from. I think our souls reside somewhere, like as a composite consciousness, okay? So, and when you are there,
We lost our guy here. Sorry.
yeah, I do that. It's totally my
No.
fault.
We lost we lost that guy that came up that had never been
Send
here
him
before.
running.
He
He
ran.
rage quit.
It's like these people are crazy.
He's like, this chick is talking too much. I'm out.
Yeah. You're all right, honey. Go ahead.
I'm going to try and be as succinct as I can.
Mhm.
So when our souls are here,
Mhm.
right, we have this earthly experience. When our souls are where we came from, like, I don't want to get into, concrete, like, this is how I feel, but let's just go with, like, there's a contract we make to come here to,
Mhm.
learn and experience, because when you're just part of consciousness,
Mhm.
it's boring, right? I think consciousness likes to expand and grow. So when
Mhm.
you die and you go back there, they say, like, from NDEs and stuff, everything. Telepathy is a
Mhm.
thing. All the answers to anything you could possibly wonder is provided immediately, right? They say also that when you're here, if you had access to that in your physical body, you would explode because it's so overwhelming.
Mhm.
And we're not built while we're here to kind of house that much information or
Mhm.
understanding, if you will. So our central nervous system is what becomes like the filter, if you will, the filter between everything and whatever this dumpster fire is. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if they're cloning people, I got a couple of two-pronged questions here.
Mhm.
Would you clone like an embryo and let it grow without a soul? Or would you because they cloned that sheep
Mhm.
apparently, but I even think sheep have souls, man.
Right.
I don't understand how you could be here without a
Well,
soul.
it's sort of like how they doing with AI. They're emulating consciousness without actually creating consciousness. You understand?
But what
And
I'm referring to, and I don't mean to cut you off because I
yeah,
really just want to make sure you understand what I mean. There is still that biological handshake going on between, you
sure.
know. So
Okay, so let me address it though. I think
yeah.
it's more like Wi-Fi. I think it's like Wi-Fi from your higher consciousness operating from literally a higher plane. Okay. And I think that that's one of the reasons that they're blocking out the sky with aluminum, right? Is that it's actually cutting off people's connection to their own higher consciousness and leaving them more susceptible to the signals that are being broadcast here. I think that's truly what they're doing. It's sort of like this, if like right back to my Red Dead Redemption video game thing, right? The guy who's got the better Bluetooth connection is going to be able to do better and work faster in the game than the guy who's got a shitty connection. Even though you're the same guy, if you got a shitty connection to the Wi-Fi, as opposed to if you got a great connection to the Wi-Fi, is gonna reflect on your performance in the game. You dig what I'm saying?
So far, yes.
Okay. So I
That's
think
what.
that's kind of like what's actually going on, that we think we are here, but it's our higher consciousness's point of interest at the time, at the moment. You understand? And that's what blows me into going, what the fuck is going on when we sleep? You know, what is up with that? Where does this consciousness go merely because your body is resting? It doesn't seem to be present.
I can agree with that too. Yeah.
So it's like, sort of like when you're playing there again, the Red Dead Redemption, and your wife or your husband or your kids or whatever, and they say, come on, it's time to eat dinner. You go, oh, okay, just a minute, and finish doing a little thing. You get to a point where you can just go pause. Now, the character on the screen really isn't aware of anything going on during that pause. In fact, he's not even aware of the pause. You can go away and go to Disney World and come back 3 weeks later and take over right where you left off, and the character is unaware that there was any gap in time. So right. I have to wonder what the fuck is really going on with this thing. What is really going on? You know, and I know that connection to the higher consciousness is absolutely tantamount to any kind of spiritual moral growth. It really is. And unfortunately, people lay that on the responsibility of the doorstep of the fucking local church. Oh my God, stop.
I get that. But my point is like, you can't be here unless part of you is there, right? Like the dreamer is still doing the biological handshake, right? The body is still providing enough of a current to allow the soul or spirit to kind of, 1 foot in the puddle, 1 foot in the lake, right?
Yeah,
but
yeah.
when we die, when our meat bag pieces out, ooh, where do we go? We don't hang around here.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't
On the
think
flip
you
side of
go.
that, how can you be here if part of you is not there? So how can you be here if you don't have that soul fueling it? That's the part I'm struggling with.
Okay, that's why I use the Wi-Fi example. See, people often ask, and I don't believe that you go anywhere when you die, because you're not really here. You just stop having this experience. This stops being a point of interest, a point of attention.
So the cloned soulless meat bags are just merely accessories?
Automatons.
I mean,
there's something called,
you got to understand, though, right?
Not in the literal sense of an automaton, like a literal robot, but a biological automaton.
Yeah, Heron, that they openly, I can't forget the year, it was like either late 90s or early 2000s. There was a company that cloned the first human, and they named her Eve, and they tucked her away in research and development before it became too much of a big deal. But they call them sleeves now, where you know how they have brain to computer interfacing, where they can read your thoughts, and without you speaking, it types out on a screen. It's that technology that they use to, let's say, you ever seen Total Recall, Up That Alley of a movie, where they implant. So basically what, like Saul was saying, it's something called biomimicry, where they can implant these, instead of you writing to the software, you are you're reading software, and the brain to computer interface does the opposite. Rather than output, it's input. And they can install memories now. Like, it's really weird, but I won't go on too long. But yeah, biomimicry is a big thing. But yeah, look into that clone Eve.
I will. But while we're here, was Eve created into like an embryo, or was Eve just like grown in a petri dish until she was hot and 24? Like what? They start them from birth, right?
Yeah, so they put them in a mother's womb, and then after so many weeks, they'll take them out. And just like I mean, I haven't seen the human one, but the lamb and the sheep looking, it was just disgusting. They were put in like this bag and grown, and it was, oh, dude, it was so sick. They were just feeding it down the throat until it got like a full-grown sheep or full-grown baby sheep. Then they cut the bag open because it had all the nutrient-rich water it was taking in it that it needed to grow. Yeah. So I'm guessing they do it similar
So
like that with sleeves, but I don't.
like when you read the like shamanic teaching books, etc., when women give birth to a child, they then energetically have like a vulnerable spot in their stomach area via their womb. Like it's a vulnerable spot. So blah, blah, blah. Women who have had children, there's certain deficits as a result of that, like as far as being like spiritual warrior and being able to do certain tasks, as it were, in the spiritual realm, they have a disadvantage. Do you think these embryonic freakazoids that they're growing in these living creatures with a soul, do you think there's a level of leeching going on, perhaps? Are they, because clearly they can affect, the mother can be affected by her own baby, right? So if they were to suck one in somehow and use the real soul mother, do you think perhaps maybe there's like soul leeching going on?
Oh, yes.
Because you were just saying that too,
Alcohol.
Sav.
Alcohol. Alcohol is one of those.
What do you mean?
Well, when you drink alcohol, you're willingly imbibing spirits. Metaphysically, a demon cannot enter your home unless you willingly invite it. When you willingly invite demons into your home, you've given them permission to do things. Okay. So now this is why people, when they start drinking and getting drunk, bad things start happening. You do things that you normally wouldn't do. We say, oh, it takes away my inhibitions, but your inhibitions are there for a reason. Okay. It takes away your morality. Okay. This is how it gets started. And then it's fun, you see? So yeah, there you go.
You know
And
what?
then
It's
a
funny.
lot of people end up where they become an alcoholic. Now this is really bad, especially when you get to the blackout stage, because I believe a blackout is full-fledged demonic possession.
And you know what, Sav? I love that you said it like that, because again, I was going to come back at you with all my sass and be like, well, a demonic presence would be like an infiltration, right? But I'm talking about something being taken away, and you just said it. It takes away your inhibition. It takes away like, wow, okay.
Yeah, the white lady will do that too.
Well, what do you think meditation does?
What I think it sinks you into a vibration. That's all dependent on you. That's all dependent on you. When you go into meditation, you're sinking yourself into a vibration. This says here that Claude Vorilhan held a meeting in Montreal Hotel on September 21st, 2000, where he announced that a wealthy American couple was willing to fund the Clone Aid project. That's what it was called. The first pending clone, according to Vorilhan, at the time was the couple's 10-month-old girl who had died due to a medical mistake. He said that the couple was willing to pay $1,500,000 to clone their deceased daughter, but the wife was not willing to be the surrogate mother. Jamie Griffo, a fertility expert at New York University School of Medicine and Nobel laureate Paul Berg of Stanford University, said that Vorilhan was providing a false hope that the child was going to be the same one. Vosillar revealed the roles of 4 scientists she said were involved: a biochemist, a geneticist, a cell fusion expert, and a French medical doctor. But without revealing her identity, she did not identify the wealthy American couple. Let's see here. Trying to get down to the alleged clone baby Eve. On Friday, December 27th, and I noticed that they put it's the alleged. I'm going to put this over so y'all can see it too. I should have done that anyway.
I'm going to graciously deke back out and thank you so much. Like those were some burning questions, and you definitely provided me with some food for thought. So RG, always a pleasure. Sob, thank you, sir. And
Yes, ma'am.
Moonbounce, I don't know you, but it's nice to meet you. And I'm gonna go back to the couch and watch it on the big screen.
All right.
Thanks for
That
having me
sounds
up,
good.
bro.
Right on. Have a good night, Heron. Thanks for coming up. So it says here on Friday, December 27th, 2002, Boyce Hilaire and Rayleon Bishop and CEO of Clonaid announced at a press conference in Hollywood, Florida, that Clonaid had successfully performed the first human reproductive cloning. Boyce Hilaire said that the mother delivered Eve by cesarean section somewhere outside the United States and that both were healthy. Dr. Boyce Hilaire did not present the mother or child or DNA samples that would allow for confirmation of her claim at a press conference. It has subsequently become apparent that she announced the birth before genetic testing to evaluate whether the child in question is actually a clone. Dr. Boyce Hilaire was therefore stating her belief that her procedure had resulted in a clone, not announcing results showing that the child was a clone. Shortly after the announcement, Korean prosecutors raided the office of Clonaid's Korean branch, Biofusion Tech. In the process, the prosecutors removed records from homes and offices while barring 2 representatives from Biofusion Tech from leaving the country. An official company statement revealed that 3 Korean women applied to become surrogate mothers. Officials of Biofusion Tech told the prosecutors that 10 Korean women wanted to clone themselves and have filled out applications. So there's actually really no proof that that was done. It's
I
an
know,
alleged.
sketchy. Damn.
Yeah, it's real sketchy.
I did. They told it a little different, or
Sure.
what I looked at. Yeah, but I mean, but necessarily that doesn't say that it didn't happen, right?
Right,
If they
but
did
they're
all
again
that through
proving
the
a negative.
rating.
You know, there's no
Yeah.
proof that I can't. There's, you know, that'd be like me saying I can turn into an iguana, and you can't prove that I can't.
Right.
You know.
Yeah, that's
And
a good
it's
point.
like you don't have to prove a negative. You know, it sounds far fetched, and there's no evidence really presented. It's just a claim. That's what you got to be careful of. These claims, and a lot of people like to take a claim, and it sounds good to them, and without really looking at it and thinking about it, they like to take it and make it as though it's a fucking fact, you know. And it's like, no,
Right.
somebody just
Yeah.
claimed that, man.
I got a question. When you were just reading that, why did they go overseas to raid their Korean? Would they say Korean?
The
office?
Koreans, well, it was most likely Korean officials that did that because it's their
Yeah.
jurisdiction. You know, they were probably doing some shady shit, most likely a financial get rich quick scheme at the expense of someone else. You know, who knows? Or maybe they were doing unethical things that, you know,
Yeah.
shouldn't be done. I don't know what the particulars behind all that is. And, you know, I'm just saying, as far as it comes from this baby Eve, it's a claim is all, with nothing
when
really to back it up.
they said a wealthy American couple,
Yeah.
you know, wouldn't say the name. I wish it would have said a little bit more, but
sure.
Yeah. Oh well, that is what it is. Hey, do you guys speaking of the souls and energy and consciousness? Do y'all know who Dr. Michael Levin is that teaches at Tufts University?
So what now?
There's a guy named Michael Levin, and he's a biophysicist and well, his work is pretty eye-opening. It's showing through his dissections of these planarian worms that, you know, you can cut the head off and the tail off of one of them, and then the information grows a new head and a new tail every time.
They've been experimenting. Listen, they've been trying to get to the bottom of that shit for decades, my whole life.
of the
And I
planarium
can
worm.
remember with with that. Even there's geckos that have that. The tail breaks off and it'll grow right back. There's
Right.
a lot of animals that can regenerate limbs. Cut a starfish in half and it'll turn into 2 starfish.
Right.
And they've been trying to unlock that secret for human use.
I got you, brother.
Since I was a little kid. I remember.
I'm going to tell you
using
exactly how.
Using the exact same animals like you're talking about, that worm. I think it's a type of flathead worm. And I remember learning about that in grade school in biology, and them talking about how they could use that in the future. Well, here we are in the future, and they still haven't figured that one out yet.
I got you. I'm going to tell you exactly how. So the information they're finding out because what they can do is take a little. They're called xenobots. They're like the smallest cell that has all the inner workings of, like kind of like a hologram. It has all the information, but no direction. So anyway, they take these little cells and they make a head grow where a tail was, and a tail grow where a head was, and then vice versa. They could take and cut the tail off, but put a xenobot eye cell into the tail and grow an eye in the place where the worm's ass was, right? So they're finding out that the information are not stored in genes. It's stored outside the body in the biofilm. And it's pretty exciting to hear that, because I've been, studying the biofilm for quite a while. And it makes sense that when you have there's a limit, or I'm sorry, there's a minimum and a limit, right? To where enough cells group together to form a conscious action, right? And there's a minimum number of these, cells or cell groupings you need to have to automatically just have instructions to grow certain parts in different locations on the body, which makes a lot of sense to me. Like because information is metaphysical. It's not. It's a vibration. It's a frequency. So it would make sense. It would be stored in the etheric medium, and not something you can see or probe. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, Michael Levin, he's
when they get that developed, beyond, I've seen all that, been doing that crazy stuff for 50 years, and yet to see it working where they can transfer this ability to other organisms. I think it would tell me also, I think is there probably a great deal of stem cells involved with this as well. You know what I'm saying? That the animal generates stem cells, but that's no good for us because they're only stem cells for it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I understand. Well, yeah, I think you would appreciate his work. Since you said he's kind of been keeping up over the years with it. Yeah, I think you. I'll drop a link for you.
Here's Fruity Patootie losing his shit, I guess, today. Because look, man, this ship's coming home. The USS Lincoln's coming back to port. It's going to leave out of there, and it's being replaced with another ship that's rusty and needs repairs. The one that's going anyway. I think they'll probably try to use that as a false flag. That's why they didn't bother fixing it up before they sent it over there. But anyway, these guys are coming back, and Trump's making them sign an NDA before they can get off the ship. So they don't want these fucking people talking about what was going on. They don't want to talk. They don't want anybody talking about fucking missile hits that hit the carrier. They don't want nobody talking about none of that shit, right? Otherwise, why do you have to sign an NDA? I wouldn't sign
Right.
it. And if I did, I'd go ahead and fucking prosecute me. I don't give a fuck. I'm talking about it, you dirty son of a bitch. I would do it.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Absolutely.
So he's got a lot to worry about. And this isn't just the carrier itself. These things are called carrier groups, which means that they have these support ships that follow along with them too. Destroyers and the like, you know what I'm saying? It's not just a carrier all on its own. You know, they don't travel that way. There's a whole carrier group that they have
So it's
to
more
send.
people that know,
Yes. Do you know
Yeah.
how many loose ends there are to tie up for that one? Look, motherfuckers, they were barely able to keep the USS Liberty under fucking wraps. You know, they were
Yeah.
barely
Yeah.
able to keep that under wraps. This shit, no way. No way. It ain't right.
Mr. President,
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news.
I
You're
just wanted to
fake
follow
news.
up on this up.
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was
Be
trying to
quiet.
find out if
Be
you had
quiet.
been talking
Be
to
quiet.
Kim Jong-un. He had asked you
You're a
to
fake
scale back
reporter and you
all
report
those
fake
military
news.
exercises.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, is there enough food on the USS Lincoln?
Yeah, it is. That was a CNN fake report. The Lincoln has been out there for a period of time, good period of time. But over the years, we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend. And it was at a big group and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir. And I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting from CNN.
Fake news reporting by CNN. Right. Well, as far as I know, the videos I've seen that have come off that ship were by sailors. Are you telling me that sailors on the USS Lincoln are working for CNN or something? What? You know, the pictures we got of the food, the reports that family members are getting from their loved ones that are aboard these vessels, they're all working for CNN, huh? Fake news. And that's what he does. When he don't like the question, the first thing he does is he attacks the fucking person that asks the question. You know, and that right there is an admit of defeat. You know, when you don't address the topic and go toward character assassination means that you've lost. You've lost right now. That's it. There's no more. You're done. Okay. And this is what you find these globetards do all the time, right? They have to go toward character assassination. They can't fucking refute the information. They can't prove their position. So they resort to character assassination. And people that do that are people that receive information and accept it based on their perception of who gave it to them and not on the information itself. And that's what you find a lot of these people are. Their beliefs are what the information that they accept is based on who gave it to them, not on its logic, not based on its merit. You understand? This is why they'll all the time go, oh, where'd you get your credentials? Where's your degree from? What the fuck? Why do I need to discuss my personal life with you in order to have this conversation?
Mm-hmm.
See, my personal life has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Okay. If you happen to say something and I'm not quite sure what you mean, I will ask you. Trust me, I will. So you just go on with your thing, you know? And here's another thing too. It is not necessary for you to ask me a fucking thing in order to prove your positive claim of a globe Earth. It is not necessary for you to ask me one goddamn question in order for you to do that. That's what they always want to go into. This is why they always want to go into the reversal fallacy. They get you off on some other little fucking path. It has nothing to do with the real meat of the conversation. That's why I say once people realize that this is their tactic, this is what they do. I see there's a new one they got where they take and have a fake flat earther that nobody's fucking ever heard of, and then pretend to debate them. Or yeah, it's
pretty low.
terrible. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. They're really so desperate. Really, really, really desperate. I mean, I thought that the desperation had, and if the final experiment was going to, shut down the debate, then why the fuck are y'all talking about it still? Right? That was it's coming up on over a year, 2 years ago now. So I thought that was supposed to shut everybody the fuck up, right? Well, why are you still going on? Simon Dan, why are you still going on?
Yeah.
Tune.
They're having a
Why are you still going on,
hard time.
FTFE? Why are you still going on, Dave McKeegan? I thought this was going to settle it once and for all. Where's your buddy Duffy? He ducked right out of that fucking shit as soon as that op was over, off to the next assignment. Come on, man. People are too fucking gullible in this world. You got to stop. Never trust anybody, right? That's what we show every time on this thing. What do we show, right?
I'm scared, Dad.
Do you trust me, son?
Yes.
Come on, son. Rule number 1, never trust anybody.
There you go. Said well and demonstrated perfectly. Jesus
Yeah, they're having
Christ.
a tough time with that documentary idea, huh? They're sort of fucking stuck.
Yeah, because nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
That's the thing. They thought they were really gonna cut a big old hog in the ass with that, and all they did was ruin one guy's channel completely. Jaron, he self-sabotaged himself. Witsit, his fucking shit suffered really bad. I don't see him doing a whole lot anymore at all, unless he's on some other platform or whatnot. I mean, you shot yourself in the fucking foot with that dumb stunt. You really did. So sorry about that. I mean, logic should have kicked in at some point in time. And you go, now, wait a minute. I mean, all these years that NASA's had a fucking station down there in Antarctica, not one time have they produced a fucking video of the 24-hour sun. But a couple of YouTubers and some fucking fake preacher out of Denver went and did it. What? Get the fuck out of here with that.
Yeah, bringing up Will Duffy, that guy. Shit, what's his name? Vika's channel.
Yeah, I like Vika. He's pretty cool.
Right. Okay, so he, I don't know if you've seen the show he did maybe a month and a half ago now, 2 months. I went on to talk to him because he was, pulling up all these newfound photos, I guess, and footage that was being released from these either Globers or whoever's picture where it doesn't matter. But anyway, so he started noticing a pattern. This bald-headed guy, like this like really built, muscular, military-looking chump. I don't know what to call him, but anyway, so he was down there in short sleeve and like fucking his no hair on his head, like just like he was in the summer in the north, is what it looked like. But anyway, that's not the point. The point is they got video footage of McToon and Jaron in the van, in some van. They were recording each other in the van, talking a small chat, I guess. And you could see out the window there was a plane, and then there was like this guy, bald-headed guy, walking back and forth.
Yeah.
And one of them was like, "Well, who is this dude?" It's like and Jaron was like whispering to Big Toon, like, "You don't know? That's J.G. Wentworth." And I was like, "What? Who the fuck?" Right? J.G. Wentworth. And anyway, so Vika was just putting the pattern together that this guy was in a lot of stuff that we didn't see, like that was originally released, right? Of their trip. And so people just got to talking and asking, and also this is important. You could hear Jaron whisper, that's the CIA agent, or that's Will's CIA handler, or something along those lines. Don't quote me exactly, but very close to that. And so, we just JG Wentworth, that's a lawyer's office. So I'm thinking JG Wentworth, okay. Now did somebody take out a life insurance policy and need like
no,
some kind
somebody needed cash now.
right.
So they called JG Wentworth 877 cash now.
Yeah, there it is.
Cash now. I have a structured settlement. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Listen. There's you don't.
So
need
what do you
to go
think's up
on.
with that?
I'll tell you what's up with that fucking tune, and the rest of those fucktards are fucking agents. That's what's up. Okay. Now whether they're COINTELPRO or actually bona fide card carrying fucking agents. We know Toon was a fucking Royal Mounted Police fucking dude hanging out up in the goddamn Canadian intelligence. Now he's in Minnesota. What the fuck for? Who knows? Right? Duffy, are you kidding me? A church with no members? He does video. He does fucking video sermons, or at least he did. Now he's done with that cover. Video sermons to an empty church on YouTube every fucking weekend or whatnot. I mean, come on. He's got all these goddamn financial charges against him as far as being a goddamn stockbroker and all that. Dude, these guys are just fucking clowns, man. They're government fucking stooges. There's no way around it.
I think
they're
so
government fucking stooges. That's all. I don't trust a single one of them.
I agree, bro.
Oh yeah, what happened to that? What happened to that broad that went down there with him?
I heard she got hit by a car, dude. Like she came back and did a few shows, or was gonna be on the show regular with Mark Sargent, and I heard she did a couple of episodes and got hit by a car, and then she fell out of touch with everybody, but didn't die. Is what I was told.
No, she didn't die.
Maybe she got scared.
She didn't die. Probably. Listen, these motherfuckers play for serious. You get up in their game and shit like that. She might not have been playing by the rules. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I'd never heard of her before or since. That's the whole thing.
Me either.
And I remember, that's what I'm saying. And you find these flat earthers that nobody's ever fucking heard of or whatever. And, I listen to them talk, and they're supposedly, some big star on some other fucking thing. And I listen to them talk, and I'm like, well, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, man. You're just clinging on for the ride. You don't really understand what's happening, But, that's the thing. That's why I say, just if you don't give them any fucking attention, they rely on us to have anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I just don't really give him the attention. I have no interest in talking to Toon. He's an idiot. That fucking dude is retarded, and very childish in his actions. I've destroyed him several times, just even on Facebook. This motherfucker trips up with this goddamn gas dilemma. I mean, he just cannot fucking cope. He can't whatsoever cope. Gravity and all that other fucking nonsense, because I destroyed that argument 100%. Don't even come at me with Cavendish. I tear that fucking shit apart. Because it's not an experiment. It doesn't prove attraction. It doesn't work consistently. And when it supposedly does work, all you're doing is demonstrated movement. You've demonstrated movement. Okay, prove the cause was attraction. There's none. So it's just a nonsense fucking wackadoodle shit, and it's not even based off of an observation. Experiments are based on observation, right? What was he observing? Yeah. What was he observing that would lead him to conclude that idea? He was actually trying to calculate the mean density of the Earth. And he used these oscillations that were that came from a mirror that he had in the middle. Okay, nobody's ever replicated this measuring of the Earth's density, but he claimed to measure the weight and density of the moon, the sun, and the Earth by hanging some fucking balls. Yeah, and people say, "Oh, he's proving mass attracts mass." No, he wasn't proving that. He already assumed that, and he was trying to calculate. He was trying to calculate the mean density and weight of the Earth. The weight of the Earth where? If the Earth's in fucking space, then it's weightless, isn't it?
Right. Or what do they call it? Free fall in space or something like that.
Yeah, see, that's just some fucking stupid shit. Ideas, they crumble apart as soon as you start dissecting them, and it's led to this, like even with, you look at things that they knew different back in the past. They knew different. They knew how this world worked on a deeper level than what we understand today. And I think a lot of the proof of that is in the architecture. This is just a short 10-minute clip, but I just want you to see what the chisels and fucking hammers and ropes and pulleys did. Look at this thing. Come on, man. Come on. Look at this shit.
Yeah, it's a little too perfect for.
Look at that.
Damn.
Look at that.
I mean, it's got machine written all over it. To me, it's beautiful.
God, and that's the kind of thing I'm like, and what are we making now? Takes them a couple years and they make a big fucking cracker box. Nice. Hey, look at that cracker box with windows. Oh, neat. There's another cracker box with fucking windows. It's like, oh my God. So this is pretty bad right here. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to ask your opinion on this, but do you think maybe these interconnected, these big buildings, right, like the one you just showed all over the world, like, do you think there was a grid, like, and that did some type of, keeping, like, maybe our etheric bodies kind of, tuned and, like, keeping us healthy, never getting sick, stuff like that kind of?
No. I think, did they have places of frequency healing? Yeah, probably. I think that they were onto that. Did people still get sick? Yeah, I think so. Not in the numbers that they do today, of course.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that they were probably better off the way that they lived. It's not the squalor that they want to teach us that it was. It doesn't reflect what's going on. It doesn't reflect in the architecture or anything else. But I don't know. We won't really know, because they've all but erased every trace of the past and replaced it with this nonsense story that we have today. So what's actually going on, right? Do we really know? It's within the realm of possibility. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Given what we're finding out about how frequency, vibration, and energy work, how they have effects on the body, and effects on the emotion. So, yeah. And given the fact that it's very obvious they had a knowledge well beyond ours, because we can't create that shit today. We can't create. Did you see that fucking architecture? There's no way. Oh, it would cost too much. Well, what the hell? Did they have like endless money then too? Well, they were slaves. Oh, bullshit. Somebody you're forcing to do labor is not going to put that much effort into something. Get out of here.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to do the bare minimum to keep the whip off their ass. Now, come on.
Yeah, that was kind of why I asked you that question, because You know, since I've been looking the last, I guess about the last year, really looking into maps. I never looked at them as in depth as I have the last year, is what I'm trying to say. But, you know, with these older cathedrals, what we call cathedrals, you know, and how numerous they are, you know, but there's a commonality in transferring it from the map to the architecture, and that's how they disfigure the architecture when some of the architecture still has like dog-headed or gargoyle-looking men with 5 fingers, 5 toes, by you know, and you can see a correlation, but you can tell that around the world they've tried to knock the heads off or the fingers, or there's something disfigured about.
Purposely
man,
disfigured, selectively disfigured. Yeah, selectively. Yeah, I think it's an attempt to conceal
wipe
the
our history.
existence.
Or yeah.
I think it's an attempt to cover the existence and presence of Nephilim beings in our past. Absolutely. Because that's one of the denotations. Yeah. And I think that they did have like a different type of face, a different type of head, what have you. You know? Not quite human, but still human enough. Kind of like Andre the Giant, you know, he's kind of a freaky looking dude, right? Not necessarily what you would say a Greek Adonis, although he was a big man. He was not handsome, not in any way, shape, or form, not by, you know, human standards, anyways. So again, we still have to look. We've got something that happened, and we have to look for a motive. And there's a lot of clues to that motive, but ultimately, in the end, do we really know? No, we don't. I'm still wondering where the fuck all these bones came from, man. You know, that's insane. What and I think it's more likely that this thing they call the mud flood or whatever, I don't think so much as it was one huge event that took place as I do that I think it was a series of cataclysms that took place over a short period of time. You know, like right now we've had these 7+ magnitude earthquakes happening in fairly rapid succession around the world. You know, an increase in frequency of these large earthquakes worldwide. And that's kind of interesting. Why all of a sudden now are we having that? You know, we had, I think it was, of course, Venezuela. I think there was one in Brazil, a big one. There's another one I saw the other day. I can't even keep track. That's how many. It used to be that if a 7-point earthquake happened, boom, there was no more. There was a few aftershocks, but everybody was like, oh my God, the poor people of such and such. Shit, you're just getting to the point where you're going, oh, the poor people of such and such, and then it's happening again somewhere else. You know, it's like, oh, well, another fucking earthquake. God.
Yeah.
It's wow. What's this?
Yeah, it is. And
I found a new Lego video.
And I'm going to mute up, but I just wanted to say this before you play that. You know, with the possibility of it being like Nephilim beings, and on a lot of these cathedral reliefs, carved reliefs, there's also, you know, they're mixed in with human people, and the human people don't really seem to be frightened or scared. You know,
well, let's take a look at what the Bible said. Let's take a look at what the Bible said. Okay, concerning the mighty men of renown. Who were these mighty men of renown? What are we talking about? Okay, there's also a book of giants. It states in there that the giants and the people, the Nephilim and the people, they coexisted amongst one another until the people were kind of like enslaved by them. And when they couldn't produce enough for the giants started consuming them. And this is another reason for the flood. So who were these mighty men of renown? We just think that, oh, they were strong people that were famous. Well, you know, what's up with that? Well, how did you single that out? It's in there, man. People don't really pay attention. They only go by the certain 5 or 6 goddamn passages in the Bible that their Sunday preacher goes over before he gives some sorrowful talk up there on the goddamn podium, you know? That's why I say, man, God and religion don't have you. Man, read the shit, interpret it. If you have trouble interpret it, man, read it again. Think about it. You know, you can get it. People ain't stupid. You know, because you don't get it the first time. Read it again. What does that mean? What is it? What do they mean by this word? You know, look into it, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
The David and
Yeah, I
Goliath
encourage
story.
anybody.
A lot of people don't realize that Goliath had 2 brothers there on the battlefield with him, and they were also giants.
Good point. Well, was the king Gilgamesh, and he was 2/3 human, 1/3 God. I'm pretty sure that, or vice versa.
I don't know what his fractions were, but I know that there's depictions of him holding a full-size lion under his arm like a fucking house cat, you know? So there's that. They were hell-bent on finding his resurrection chamber in Iraq.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I just posted a video the other day. Matter of fact, it's funny you say that.
Crazy stuff. Anyway, here's a little entertainment.
Attention crew, good news! Deployment's been extended again! Please direct all complaints to somebody currently golfing. Still on the boat, still on the boat. Been out so long we forgot the coast. Same damn deck, same damn sea. Washington says, looks good to me. Another briefing, another delay. Another politician miles away. Trump says winning, cameras roll. Meanwhile the Navy's running on fumes and hope. Israel calls, Washington jumps. Here comes another round of pumps. Mission accomplished, not quite yet. Just keep sailing till everybody forgets. No shore leave, no sleep. Same steel hallway every damn week. Ask when we're home, command says. Soon? Yeah, sure. Still on the boat, still on the boat. 9 million miles and we're still afloat. Still on the boat. Somebody phone home, everybody making war. Except the people stuck below. Still on the boat, still on the boat. Trump says, great job. Cool, can we fucking go? Politician posing underneath the flag. Sailors overseas living out a bag. Cable news says everything's fine. Try saying that after month number 9. Another speech, we're dominating Iran. Okay, then somebody explain the plan. Bomb this, strike that, move the fleet. Then wonder why the crew looks beat. People back home asking when you return. Nobody knows, but the fuel still burns. War room geniuses move little dots. Real human beings sleep in metal boxes. Who started this? Not the crew. Who's stuck there? We are. Who gets cameras? They do. Who wants home? The whole damn crew. Still on the boat, still on the boat. Somebody tell DC we've had enough. Still on the boat, still on the boat. You call it winning, we call your bluff. No parade, no victory quote. Just another fucking day. Still on the boat. Hey. Deployment update extended again. Of course it is.
Man, telling you, man, if you're a young one and you're out there watching this right now, I'm going to tell you what right now. Stay the fuck away from that recruiting office. Okay? There's nothing honorable about you going off and dying for Israel. Not a fucking thing about it is honorable. You're not defending the United States. The last time an American soldier defended the United States and its freedom was in 1865. And unfortunately, that man was wearing gray, because you've been told another story. It's known as the Second War for American Independence. It was lost. Yeah, attention crew. I like that. Who's this guy? Here's a guy. Americans are waking up. Here's some guy in a uniform. I don't know what he's saying.
We're off to fight a war that nobody asked for in a country that's not a threat to the U.S. Well, God bless America.
That must be some of them that were deploying to relieve the Lincoln. That ship, I've got a video of it someplace here that they're sending over there is all fucking rusted and shit. It looks really bad. It's an embarrassment. It is. We're like the laughing stock. The United States is the laughing stock of the world. People are waking up and finding out the United States is really a paper tiger. We relied on our high-tech fucking gizmos and shit. And we shot our whole load on this fucking nonsense. And it's going to take too long to goddamn replenish it. Like I said, when it started, no one, they have not set it up to where they can actually logistically support this operation. They don't think about it because they're actors. They're movie people. They're just creating a scene. They don't know what actually goes into it. See, fucking retards. Oh yeah, the kill switch on cars. That's interesting. Everyone else is waiting for something to break. It's all breaking.
Hey, Saul.
Yo,
man. You know the clean break doctrine, right?
Familiarize me. What do
like,
you mean, clean break doctrine?
Yeah, they had a plan that like all of those Middle East countries were going to get along with Palestine, and they were all in agreement of it. But that Netanyahu guy, he decided he was going to go against the flow, and they came up with this thing called the clean break doctrine. So when you're saying all those people don't realize actually what's going on, it's like a lot of them don't, but a lot of them don't understand that clean break doctrine is where Israel makes everybody so afraid of them, and they turn like the United States against Iran, and they get rid of both of their competitions at once, right? Mm-hmm. So since the U.S. operates as Israel against Iran, pretty soon now, United States isn't going to be allowed to have any bases in there. It's kind of like what you talk about. Get out of there, get out of the thing. Right. And then here comes the Great Israel Project. Exactly what the plan is. So when people are claiming they don't know what's going on.
Well, wait a second. That's a flawed plan.
Do.
Because that's a flawed plan. Because if they thought they could actually do that, they would have done it already. Okay. Now they have waning U.S. support. Okay. We don't have any bases in the region anymore. We can't support them. We can't
exactly what the clean break doctrine relies on.
That's how is that going to allow them to expand?
They are.
Well, wait, how would that allow them to expand?
But they are. They're doing Lebanon. They're doing Iran. They're doing Syria. No, a lot of them are already been done.
No,
I mean, I'm not going to say nothing other than that.
Listen, they've made incursions into these places. As far as successfully achieving, as far as successfully achieving their Greater Israel Project, they have not achieved that. And now they're starting to lose ground. Reason being is that they've lost U.S. support. Not voluntarily either, just logistically. With all those bases destroyed over there, the only place the U.S. has to go is Israel. And I believe that is Iran's tactic right there. They're going to kettle.
That's Israel's tactic. That's Israel's tactic.
What, to
That's
group
not
everybody?
Iran's tactic.
Really? Kettling everybody into one targeted area isn't, that's our plan? That's Israel's
plan.
Is to have everybody kettled in, the United States and Israel, kettled into what's called Israel or Palestine, and then Iran rains down hell on that one fucking target. That's their plan for expansion? Tell me how that works.
Just look it up, man. Just look up the clean break doctrine.
I know what you're talking about, but that can't work.
Well, you say it can't work, but it's just like they say. Iran is like the final boss, right? When they talk about game theory, is Iran's like the final boss. It was the one world power that Israel needed to like get rid of at the
Right.
end for that great Israel project. So
And how's
that's
that
what's going
going?
on. Now, whether
Yeah,
it's
but
going to
how's
work or
that
not,
going on though? How's that actually going?
because the U.S. is fighting Iran, whether it's going to work or not, it's in motion, right? It's happening. It's actually happening. Whether it's going to pan
Wait.
out is
Iran
a
is
different
not,
story.
Iran is not, they're still in control of the strait. The U.S. does not have the logistics or the resources to make any kind of fucking attack, really, at all. And when they do, it doesn't really put a dent in their fucking ability to fire these missiles and to defend themselves. Okay. So it's not going so well because in retaliation, even though the United States has only destroyed less than 15% of their missile capability and their missile fucking manufacturing capability, with all the fucking munitions that we've used, and in return, every base in the region that the United States has is now fucking uninhabitable. They're destroyed.
Yeah. And
Okay.
you see, your point is that it's not going good. But if you go under the aspect that that's exactly what Israel wants, it wants to be the power in the Middle East. It doesn't want the U.S. there.
They're
It's just using
losing.
them. No, but
No, they
that's what I'm
do want
talking
the
about.
United States. Do you understand that
Oh
without
my
United
goodness.
States support, Israel wouldn't exist right now? Do you understand that?
I'm not saying that. I'm talking about the
Okay.
military bases.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that without the United States support. That's not what I said. I'm saying they're getting rid of the United States present and all of those other countries that the United States has a,
Uh-huh.
a presence in, and that's
Okay.
happening.
Yes, I
Just like
know.
you
How does
said.
that help Israel? That is detrimental to Israel.
No.
Yes, because like I said, without US presence, Israel would not exist. Without US intervention and support, Israel would not exist. It's already losing because of this.
I know it. I'm not
Well,
saying that you're wrong in that aspect. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that one of Israel's plans was to get the United States out of that region. So when control took over, Israel would be the one. Now, I'm not saying it's going to work, but
well, of course,
according to the
that's
clean break doctrine,
listen, that
that's the
if that is
plan.
actually the plan, if that was actually a plan,
It is.
that
It's a clean
okay.
break doctrine.
All
It's a
right,
plan.
listen. All right, are you gonna let me finish
Yeah,
what
go
I'm
ahead,
saying?
man.
Okay. So if that's their plan is to be defeated, which it inevitably would be, why do you think that they always want us doing their fighting for them? Because they can't do their own fighting. They lose. Okay? So it makes no sense for them to get rid of the only fucking thing that allows them to be in existence. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Well,
because
like
as
I
soon as
said,
there's even any talk of more U.S. support to Israel, the first thing they do is come over here and bitch and whine and cry and then threaten. You see? So that's what kind of bizarro fucking failed plan is that? That doesn't even make any sense.
it
Now the
doesn't
plan
matter
that now
whether
wait a
it's
second, their
failing.
plan may have relied on this hubris we have of the United States military is unconquerable. Okay, you think that, but you go ahead and put the fucking meal to the test and see what happens. Like I said in the beginning of this, I said they're believing their own fucking propaganda. The U.S. military is not all that. It's a big PR. It's a big show of might and force, but when it comes down to it, you might be able to come in and do some shit initially, but nobody thought that out very well at all. This is why nobody has bothered to attack Iran at Israel's behest for all these decades. Because it's a losing fucking proposition. Everyone with any kind of military strategic thinking knows that. They just happen to find somebody fucking stupid enough to go ahead and use up their resources for them in an attempt to do what everyone already knew couldn't be fucking done. Come on, man. So whatever bonehead, I go, well, okay, it's the plan, but whatever bonehead came up with it, sure didn't think it out very good, did they?
You can just put it back to like your opening thing in your show where you got the fuel going to the little metal thing and the metal guy going, ooh, I'm melting. You can take it back to 9/11. You can claim, well, plans don't work, but the plans are in process, man. It doesn't matter whether they're going to work or not.
There was a lot of fuck-ups. There was a lot of fuck-ups. Well, this one sure isn't. This one sure isn't, is it?
Well, not according to Israel.
Well,
according to us, it is.
Well, how according to who? Us? We lost this war.
You saying that this is a war that was unwinnable. It was We screwed the pooch. Well, we did. We didn't really have nothing to do with it. Our government did. So I shouldn't say according to you. So I apologize for that.
And depleted our entire ability to defend Israel as well in the process.
Defend ourselves, not just Israel.
That's what I'm wondering.
Us also.
Who would have approved a plan to shoot themselves in the foot? It doesn't make sense.
Man.
I don't know.
You say there's puppet masters wherever, so whoever does it. I mean, I can claim I don't know, but I know that's a plan. Just like people say 2036 is a plan, or 2020 was a plan, or all these people have plans put in place. Now, even that bid, the vaccine thing was some kind of a plan. Now, whether it worked enough. It worked a little bit.
Wait, how did it work enough?
It worked enough where they got people to do it.
Okay, so they went, we're going to start a war that we can't win. Let's get at it. That's a great plan. How come nobody else tried this fucking shit until now?
Because it's
why do you think?
It's in the clean break doctrine.
Well, whether it's in the clean break doctrine or not, why has nobody bothered to do this up until now? Why has nobody bothered to go in there?
Oh dear! It's like checkers. Got to do certain things first, then the second thing, then the third thing, and then it's like that. Iran being that world power that is showing to be a world power is like the final boss. It's like that's the major power that's still there that's fighting against Israel. Is Iran? Nobody else is really going to fight against Israel.
Why are they fighting against Israel?
Because Israel wants to do the greater Israeli project.
Yeah, but
and they're like doing all that stuff.
No, that's not why Iran is fighting Israel. Why is Iran fighting Israel?
Oh, come on, man.
Come on.
That's why they're fighting the United States expansion. You can't say it's not from expansion.
That's not why. Listen, Iran didn't say we're not going to allow you to expand. That wasn't the reason.
Yeah, there's people.
Why are there missiles? Wait a second. Why are missiles coming from Iran and hitting Israel right now? What is the reason for that?
I can just keep repeating myself, but I've said it enough. So if you got something,
all right, you want the real reason? You want the real reason?
You can do it.
All right, this is why.
Well, I'm going to get your reason.
Okay, it's because we're now prior to Israel illegally bombing Iran. Had Iran bombed Israel? Had they thrown missiles at Israel? Had they put any aggression toward Israel? No, they hadn't. They were just over there doing their thing, being Iranians, okay? Living their life, doing their fucking thing, right? Until this little shithole fucking country made up of Bolshevik Poles and Hungarians and shit illegally bombed their sovereign country in an attempt supposedly to tell them what they can and cannot do. And then the United States decided to join in on it because Israel can't do the shit on their own. They just can't. They can't. Okay. So in retaliation, Iran has been firing missiles into Israel. And justifiably so. Whether it's to stop expansion or to stop more aggression from that same country. Same thing has been done to the United States with the bases and shit that are over there. They are going to take away the ability of these people to be able to commit aggression against them. That's their right. And that's what the war is actually about. Whether these people have plans of expansion or not, the fighting is over illegal attacks on a sovereign country. That's no ifs, ands, or buts. You can put in any kind of doctrines you want to or anything else, whatever. The bottom line is Israel illegally bombed Iran, and Iran retaliated. The United States illegally bombed Iran, and Iran retaliated and defended itself. There would be no war going on if it weren't for the unwarranted aggression of the United States and Israel.
Hey, there would be no war going on if it wasn't for the clean break doctrine.
Whatever.
I'm just saying.
Whatever their motive behind illegally attacking another country is a moot point.
No, it isn't. It's why it's happening.
Yes, it is. It doesn't matter. What if they just did it for
What do you
fun?
mean? But they're not doing it for funsies. They're doing it because of that doctrine they put in place.
Oh, okay. Well, if you're convinced
See,
of that,
you can
that's
sit
fine.
there and claim the same thing about the meat's cooking because the oven light's on all day long. And
Well,
if you don't recognize you're doing that yourself.
That's exactly what you're doing.
No, I'm telling you the fact. You're
So
saying
you're
it's
telling me,
because
wait
the
a second,
light's
you're
on.
telling me that Iran decided to fire on Israel because
No,
Israel wanted to
decided
expand.
to fire
Well,
on Iran.
I don't give a fuck what their motive was. That has nothing to do with it.
Right.
Does
Okay.
it? Does it? Does it?
Yeah, motive has a lot to do with a lot of things. Doesn't make it right.
Tell me how the motive changes the fact that it was an illegal bombing on a sovereign country.
What are you talking about, man?
Okay, Israel
I don't
attacked.
understand your argument because it's almost
wait a
like
second.
that night. It's like that night that dude was trying to get across to you that 5,280 feet equal a mile, and you were doing all that arguing instead of listening. It doesn't matter whether the motive was right or wrong.
Get on topic.
I am on topic.
Did Israel, shut up a minute. Did Israel
Oh, shut up. You're not going to ad hom me, are you?
God damn it, man. Can you stop talking?
So you do this to all your panel members, man.
No, you just keep going.
You whatever. You keep going. I just made a comment about a clean break doctrine.
Yes,
and
I
you just started attacking and attacking and attacking.
That is not
well, great, man. Just lay off me a little bit, bro. Come on, man.
The motive is not the cause. Do you understand?
The motive isn't the cause. Okay.
Okay. Regardless of the motive, the action took place, didn't it?
The motive isn't the cause.
Listen to me. Did Israel illegally or legally attack Iran?
What's your point, bro? It's because of the doctrine is why they're doing it.
Wait a second. Was it provoked by an act of aggression or was it unwarranted?
It was provoked in some way. Netanyahu said it was provoked because they were going to have peace. Everybody, hang on, man. Just you stop talking. Everybody voted for peace. Even Saudi Arabia and everybody was going to have peace with Palestine. Only Netanyahu decided that ain't going to work. So they concocted up this plan, and they've been going by that plan. Now, to say motive doesn't matter is like you trying to claim that when you go out and do anything, there's not a motive behind it. Motive matters 95.9% of the time. You have to have a motive before you do something.
All right, let me ask you a question. If
I can't believe we're getting into argument.
No, I'm not arguing. You just won't. You just don't let me finish telling you what I'm trying to
Go
tell
ahead,
you.
finish
Just like you're
telling
doing
me.
right, and you're doing it again right now with
I mean,
that.
everybody does it, Saul, because it's almost like what you asked for in your attitude. You asked for this confrontation because
I don't
we
ask
don't
for the
have to have
confrontation.
it.
I'm trying. We're using logic. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that cool? Can we use logic? All right. Now, if I murder someone because, or let me just put it this way, if I rob someone just because for the kicks of it, or if I rob, there we go.
But it's motive, bro.
Wait a second. Just a minute. What if I rob someone? And in both cases, I knocked him in the head. Okay. One, I did it just because for the kicks of it. The other one is because I was starving and my family needed food. Now, does that change the fact that I unlawfully assaulted another person and caused loss, injury, or harm? Does that change what was done based
Exactly
on
what I
why it
said to
was
you.
done?
That's exactly what I told you.
Well, there you go. Then we're on the same page. So that it
Right.
doesn't matter why it was
make it
done.
right. Motive doesn't make it right, but it makes the reason it's happening.
Well, actually,
it doesn't make it right, but it makes it the reason it's happening. I'm starving.
Right.
I kicked my neighbor in the head to get some meat.
Right. So Israel.
It doesn't make it right, but it says why it's happening.
Right. So none of this would be happening without whether or not it was based on a cockamamie plan or whatever the case
That's
may
not a
be.
cockamamie, man.
Wait a
it's
second.
happening.
Hold on. No, wait a second. You are completely wrong because the reason, listen, why did they bomb Iran in the first place? It was to keep them from getting a nuclear bomb. It had nothing to do with expansion or this fucking
not correct. That's just what they said. When they attacked Iraq, do you think it was because they were really stopping weapons of mass destruction? You really think that's what they were doing?
Wait a second. How come this is the first time this is being brought up as a thing? That's what I'm getting at. You see what I'm saying?
About?
So the thing wasn't Bibi Netanyahu here telling us that Iran could have a nuke in 2 weeks all the time for 30 fucking 40 years. He's been coming over here telling us, all right. And so initially the attack way back over a year ago that they did where they bombed some fucking mountain or whatever and said that they have completely destroyed Iran's nuclear capability. But then Bibi comes out with the same fucking story again. And it was all over Iran being able to get a nuke. In fact, every time Donald Trump talks about it, he says Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. Iran cannot have a nuke. Okay? And that is what this is over. So nobody's bothered to call it out, though. It's like nobody's bothered calling it out and saying, now it may be, but the thing is that over all these years, if they had this fucking plan, I'm sure that plan didn't include having the United States go in there, get its ass kicked, and diminish its ability to defend Israel and to help Israel with this expansion.
Hey, I know
every
it, right?
military, hold on, you're telling me that this plan developed by some intelligence group was approved despite the fact that every strategist in the world said that this is a fucking boner idea, it will never fucking work.
Well, not everybody, because it's a doctrine, and they wrote it up, and they were doing it.
All right. So I can write down any goddamn thing on a piece of paper.
Doesn't mean that somebody's not going to do it.
It's a doctrine.
Make it the grocery list,
what makes it a doctrine?
Look it up, and you got the Google right there.
You
got the Wikipedia and the Google.
Listen, if you're gonna expand, you don't go to the country furthest the fuck away from you and start there.
Who's expanding?
You just said fucking Israel.
Right. They didn't go to the furthest one away first. They went to all those other ones close first.
Well, then why are they way over in Iran? They haven't hardly made a dent into the ones they're trying to get close to them.
Man, so I don't want to argue with you,
I'm
right?
just
You
saying,
you
man,
can
it's
look it up.
logic. It's
You can
logic.
look it up though, man. Logic, a lot of people.
All
You
right,
just got
cool.
started this you started this show up on how many people aren't logical, right? How
Yeah.
many people are NPCs, and then you're going to this extent of your argument?
What the hell
Who's
are you
all
talking about?
logical?
I'm sitting there going, wait a second, right off the bat, that's a losing fucking plan. Who made it a
For
doctrine?
who?
Is it okay for me to ask who made it a doctrine? Who
Look it
approved it
up.
and said this?
Netanyahu's the one
Look
who
it up. It's
started
your
it.
fucking claim.
It's not my claim. It's look it
Well,
up,
then tell
man.
me who
It's
was it that said this
information
is a
that's
doctrine?
readily available
Who made
for
this official?
everybody.
Hold on.
Man, where's D-Man? D-Man would look it up in a heartbeat. D-Man
Who
would be reading it off
who
already.
made this? Well,
So
goddamn
I'm
it!
kind
What
of,
the hell? You're the one that knows all about it.
hey
You've
man,
got
I'm
the
on
whole
my
thing
little
worked out.
phone walking through my house.
All
I'm
right,
not on
wait.
the internet. If I go on the
How?
internet, I lose
Well,
my
so you
connection.
don't know who made this a doctrine at
I
all?
told you it started with Netanyahu.
Yeah,
He's
well,
the
he's
one who
one
said,
guy. He's
we're
one
not going to
guy.
have peace. No, you just talked about how bad Netanyahu was, and before when
Yeah,
this war really started, it's like this
that's why nobody
Netanyahu guy
fucking
thinks
took him serious.
he's
Why
the
do you
big
think
shit.
nobody? Why do you think nobody acted upon his
Hey,
fucking
there was
warning?
enough people to take him serious. Look at him.
Who
Look where
took him
he's at.
serious? He's got the fucking
Man, a
Supreme.
lot of people took him
No,
serious.
they
It's
were
like who took
blackmailed.
Hitler serious?
Dude, they
Who
were
took Hitler
blackmailed.
serious, right?
They were fucking
Who
blackmailed.
took Hitler serious? Come
They
on,
were
man.
blackmailed. Who actually thinks that plan would work? Tell me one military strategist that thought that plan would
It
work.
doesn't matter. They did it. They're
Who?
doing it.
Yeah, I
It
know.
doesn't matter.
I know. They used a Fox News part-time host.
Oh,
That's their military strategist, dude.
Not
Every
the
other
Fox
general
News guy.
that
He
said,
didn't put it up
listen,
there.
no. Every fucking top general that said that this is a terrible idea was either fired or has been
Went
resigned
ahead and
or
launched the
retired.
missiles anyway, didn't they? They went
Yeah.
ahead and launched the missiles
And
anyway.
who was in
So
charge
come
of that?
on.
Yeah, and
So everybody who knew it wasn't
whose
going to
call was
work
that? And
launched
whose
the
call was
missiles
that?
anyway.
Whose call was that?
Oh man,
Whose call was that? Come on. Whose call
It
was it?
doesn't matter.
Whose call was it for the United
It
States
happened,
military?
man. Who does it matter whose call it was?
Okay,
It
wait a
happened.
second.
I'm telling you, it was the clean break doctrine's call.
All right, it was the clean break doctrine. Shut the fuck up about it now. I'm sick of talking to you
Yeah,
about
shut
it.
up
Okay?
about
It was the clean break doctrine. Okay? That's what it was, all right. 100% proof. Moon bounce has proved it 100%, even though
I
the
ain't proved
evidence
nothing.
suggests-
I just fucking commented on
God
this
damn,
show
man.
about topics that were going on, and
Right,
you're
and that's
like,
why I'm asking
about
you,
to,
how would this be a doctrine of anyone intelligent? What I was trying to lead you into is this. The
Okay.
ultimate call for the United
Anyone
States to
intelligent.
expend munitions onto Iran was in the hands of one man and one fucking man only. Can you name him?
Well, we can call him a puppet, but I guess you're looking for Trump, right? But
Right,
everybody's
and
going to
you're
say
right.
he's a
You're right
puppet
on
of
both
Israel.
accounts. You're right
All
on
the
both
Israel
accounts.
people that are in Congress, you go up to them, hey, what's more important, Israel or the United States?
know,
And none of
I
them
know.
want to answer. None of
I
them want to
know.
answer, but then you're
I
going to
know.
claim, oh, it was Trump.
I know.
Was it really Trump? Really?
I know. Listen. So
Really?
do you think? Okay, and we're going down a logical path here. Okay, so
All right.
no other president has been foolish enough to embark on such an action. Why? Because their top military advisors and strategists and intelligence communities have told them that that's a losing prospect. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's bad. So we got this guy comes along, right? Trump. He's put in charge of the United States military. Okay. He's the deciding factor. Yes, you shoot missile at this country. Boom. There you go. And the military works out the targets and everything else like that. So that onus is on him and him alone. All right. Now, do you believe that there is enough fucking bullshit on Donald Trump to blackmail him to do just about any fucking thing you want him to do. Do you believe that that is true?
You asking me that?
Yeah, I'm
Or you
asking
want me to get my answer of going, see, why have you been arguing with me? Because the
Right.
answer is,
All
well,
right.
of course.
Right.
So why are you arguing with me about it?
Okay. So what I'm saying is that shortly into this supposed Greek clean break doctrine that you're talking about, they would have fucking abandoned it because of the catastrophic results that started to take place.
You know why they haven't? Here's
Yeah.
why they haven't, because anybody who goes into all those people and go, hey man, who comes first, Israel or the United States? And none of them will say the United States. That's exactly why. So when you're talking about abandon, nobody's there for the United States, man.
No,
You know it. It's
there
been
is
on the news.
There
That's
is
not
no
me
United
making it up.
States. Don't you realize that? There is no United States.
There's the argument
that.
right there. You got my point.
Yeah, there is no United States anymore. We've been infiltrated and taken over by a foreign Zionist
by
country.
a welfare state.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. 100%. But I can't see there being any logic in having your one main protector in the world, your one line of defense in the world, having them be destroyed. I don't see the logic in that. How is that going to help you expand Israel? You know,
It's
so this
not
tell
to
the people,
destroy us, right? It's not to destroy because the money keeps coming in, Saab. The
No,
money
there's no
keeps
money.
coming in. It's whether
There's
or
no money.
not we have bases in the region, whether or not we're there in any capacity whatsoever other than just feeding money. Because they got rid of all our bases. So right there, they got to win just in that aspect because even a lot of U.S. people saying, get our bases out of that region.
Yeah.
We don't need to be there. And they're
So-
playing right into the clean break doctrine. That's
Okay,
exactly
so I'm
what
trying to understand what would be the advantage to Israel of having the United States bases no longer in the region.
the Greater Israel Project.
Yeah, but they need our military to achieve that.
Just in their state, like it is right now. What you're
Then
claiming,
the whole
they're
then why
all
didn't they?
based in
Then why did they need us? Why did Bibi
money.
Netanyahu need us? Why did he
Money
come
and
here?
missiles and get rid of us. They only needed us to get in a fight with the big boss man. That's all they needed us for. And it gets rid of all of our bases there because that's the first thing that got wiped out was all of our bases. It's like this is a plan. I can't believe you're going to fight against a plan no matter how stupid it is.
Wait a second. So you're telling me that their plan to be greater is to diminish their only source of strength?
That's not actually true. They're diminishing. They're not diminishing their only source of strength, right? Because their source of strength is like you said. I've never been Catholic, you know. Nobody's ever came and really Catholic me good. That's not their only form of strength. They got other ways of doing stuff, right?
Like what? Like they can't get weapons from us. We're out ourselves. We don't have the munitions to defend them. The Iron Dome has failed. They are losing.
Yeah. Hey, like I said, I'm not claiming it's going to work within a year. I'm just claiming that's why it's happening. Well, I'm just saying that's why it's happening.
Ultimately, regardless of the motive, it's happening because Israel illegally bombed Iran. That's why it's happening. And the United States helped them.
That was a land grab. Was a land grab all the way.
There you go, man. It's expansion.
Yeah.
It's expansion.
I remember seeing the patches. Shit was 2 years ago. Seeing those patches that they were walking around with on the Greater Israel Project. Shit. And I remember telling a few people, and they were like, "You're a kook. That ain't gonna happen." And then boom, here we are. Now they're talking about Turkey, and now they're talking about these other places.
This is where the logic fails me right here, though. Everyone knows that without U.S. military support, I'm not talking about the financial support, okay? Without United States military support, Israel wouldn't even exist right now. Okay? Everybody in the fucking region would have fucking obliterated them by now. Okay? So they only exist by the grace of the military power of the United States, or what was supposed the military power of the United States. That's been shown to be a paper tiger now. All right? Another reason that every top strategist in general said, "Oh, you don't want to get into that. No, no, no. It's unwinnable. You can't do it." And so Trump, with his ego and his blackmail and everything else, said, "You know what? I don't like what you just said. You're fired, or you're going to have to retire. Or Pete Hegseth's going to put you out to pasture," whatever the case may be. And of course, some eager young officer that wants to make a name for himself is going to pop up and say, "I'll do it, sir. Hell yeah." And that's exactly what they fucking did, man. That's exactly what they did.
And there's a reason they did it.
It's a losing prospect. I cannot understand how diminishing your only military source of strength in the region, diminishing that down to nothing, or almost
I can
close
tell you a lot of things, right? One of the things that you could even tell me and share with everybody is like, yeah, when it comes to, we'll just say that region of the, we'll just be kosher with everybody and call it that region of the flat earth, right? We know how that operates. So when you're like, "I just don't see the logic in it. I just can't see the logic." Well, yeah. And then after that, a lot of people go, "Man, I just got Catholic. I didn't see that coming," because they don't see the logic in it.
Not even close to
They
a good
don't
comparison.
see the logic in it. All they see is that's wrong.
Let me jump in there
do
for a
that.
second.
Do you think that an army, a military, is better with more troops involved or a very small amount of troops? I mean,
all I know is if you want
stronger?
2 groups out of the region, if you want 2 groups out of the region for your ability to expand, then you put them together and get them to fight, and it diminishes all of their weapons while yours stay stockpiled, right?
The United States was not. The United States was not trying to stop any expansion of Israel.
No,
they
not
were not against it. If anything, they were aiding them.
Yep.
That's
So
right.
how
That's
do
what
you
I
get?
said.
Well, then how is killing off the people that are aiding you in your project help you expand your project?
Okay, if I got 1,000, we'll just say nuclear weapons. If I got 1,000 nuclear weapons and my buddy over here has got 10,000 nuclear weapons, I'll get him to shoot his 10,000 nuclear weapons out to help me. I still got my, 10,000 or my 1,000 nuclear weapons, but now he's never going to be able to fight me because he shot his 10,000 nuclear weapons at that person over there.
It's a battle
So
of
even if if they turn against me, they ain't got no nuclear weapons even to come about me, Israel, because they shot all their nuclear weapons.
That's if nukes even exist in bounds. Hold on,
Right.
slow your roll.
No,
It's a
wait,
battle.
I just say nukes because
Just
everybody
real quick,
knows what nukes
just real
means.
quick. Okay, they've depleted their munitions. Do you understand what that means?
Yeah, meaning we don't have it.
Israel has.
No, they don't have an Iron Dome anymore. The United States does not have any long-range radar to detect any incoming missiles. Okay, we don't have the capacity to intercept anything that's headed toward Israel. Israel does not have the capacity to defend themselves against Israel or against Iran. Okay?
That's possible.
They're done. So it takes months.
Possible.
Listen, and it takes months and months for them to even build some of these munitions with these rockets that go and intercept and everything else. Meanwhile, here's Iran been saving their good shit while they wasted all their missiles on their cheap shit.
All their junk.
Yeah.
And one
So
more thing.
Iran's just going to come out as a world power, right?
Moon, you got to hold on for a second. I got to jump in there.
They already are a world power.
But I mean, they're going to come out of this as a distinct world power. I mean, I get what you're saying, but go ahead, jump in.
Nobody has direct wars anymore. Those days are done. They do all this shit through proxy. So that's how this stuff is done. This stuff is done through proxy groups, especially in the Middle East. There's proxy groups everywhere in Iraq, in Iran. Well, it was in Iran, not anymore. They probably got killed off quick. But during the Iraq War, we had proxy groups. In Saudi Arabia, we have proxy groups. Israel has its own proxies that they use to send out and do shit. So doesn't Lebanon and Israel. All the Middle Eastern countries all have these made up, bought and sold proxy mercenary groups that go around and start shit to give them an excuse to go in there and do this and give aid and do all this bullshit. It's just the same shit over and over. Nobody does direct war anymore. Plus on top of the shit with Israel, we're also funding, and so is in Europe, the Ukraine. And that's another problem because that's another front of more weapons, more shit, more money, more funding, which we don't have. Neither does anybody else in Europe because they're running out of food, running out of fuel. Germany was planning on shutting down all their nuke stuff, all their coal power stuff. And basically what ended up happening was now they have to go back to it because of all the money they lost giving shit to Israel and Ukraine. So, we're fighting on two fronts at the same time. The only thing you can figure out is that this is not sustainable for the long term. So you can't have Israel warring and getting their shit depleted down. And we're the only source, us in Europe, Germany, France, Italy, we're the only source of all their supplies, all their weapons, all their fucking, shit. So what ends up happening? We end up running out of shit, and then we don't have anything. So it's a battle of attrition.
They've already had to remove they pulled in missile batteries from South Korea and shit.
Yeah, took shit from other countries.
Yeah, because we run
Taiwan. Taiwan. They were taking shit out of Taiwan. And China's been wanting to hop on Taiwan since the mid-90s when they got out of their agreements with the British, 95 or 96. And, this isn't sustainable. We never should have bothered with it. The one thing that I think about when you guys were talking about this was Ron Paul. When Ron Paul was running in 2004, he said, we should be out of all these countries. We ain't got no business in anybody else's shit. And they're going to pull us into stuff that doesn't have anything to do with us. And we should be pulling all our shit out of here. The World War II's long gone. And let these people work out all their own problems is basically what he was saying. And I remember every righty saying, this old Uncle Ron, the cool guys and that. And here we are, exactly what Ron Paul said in 2004.
But yeah, exactly. And the thing is this, and it may be by design to destroy the United States, but I don't see how that benefits Israel unless the fact that you take into account that they have basically taken over the United States. Yes. They have taken over the United States. So maybe this is where they're wanting to start bringing all their folk. But that would, like I was saying, it would make that if that was the plan, and I'm trying to figure out how do you get, that's like my question with a manifesto. I mean, what is a doctrine? Is just something somebody writes down and says this is a doctrine, or I don't know I don't know where that even comes from. But if that was the plan, boy, they sure shot themselves in the leg, man. Yeah. They sure shot themselves in the leg because Israel is unable to defend itself. It's stretched itself way too thin. Yeah. We don't have the resources to assist. And I've said that's how it would go down anyway.
I mean, we're not only giving shit aid and money and weapons and all this other shit to Israel, we're giving it to Ukraine at the same time. Yeah. So we're being stretched, man. This is ridiculous.
Billions a day. Yeah, billions.
There's no way. And you know what? I think maybe on purpose that they're purposely trying to destroy the physical dollar so they could swing in this digital bullshit and just sign themselves a check from anything out of nowhere so that they can just do this endlessly and it never stops. And there's no receipts for anything because it's just digital. You can just throw some numbers in some shit and say, here's some numbers. We never should have fucking bothered with that. No,
this is why nobody has done it. This is why nobody has bothered to try it.
They tried that Lavon affair shit because we were getting friendly with Egypt, And then what they do, Israel sent people in there and bombed the whole friggin' market and killed all kinds of people, so that they could point to Egyptians, so that it would sour the relationship between the United States and Egypt. That's how shitty of a people that fucking situation is. So it's kind of like, I'm not shitting on the people.
Wasn't it Haganah that did that?
Yeah, love on. Yeah. It was that paramilitary group that.
Yeah. There was
that was the first in charge.
Yeah, there was 3 big ones. And leaders of them ended up being Prime Minister of Israel. How about that? Of terrorist organizations. Good basically. God, man. But
I mean, those ain't the kind of people that I want my money going to. Those ain't the kind of people that I hang around with. And those are the kind of people that I'm going to be jumping in and being real friendly with. I'm going to be like, good luck. You're on your own, asshole. We don't want nothing to do with that shit. Good luck in there.
I'm just wondering, some guy comes down with this doctrine right there and says, this is what we're going to do. What do you think? Well, I don't know. You're counting on a lot of fucking variables here. Why do we want to get the U.S. out of the region again? They're like, they do all our fighting for us. Why would we want to do that? Well, we just do. That's a good idea. So what we'll do to get them out of the region is we'll get them to go to war with Iran. And then once they're out of the region, and even though we went and bombed them and shit too, we're going to deplete every means of defense we have against Iranian missile attacks and shit, because that'll help us expand Israel. Who the fuck approved that?
Yeah.
You got
to remember
Netanyahu.
You got to remember too that Trump's probably they probably got shit on Trump. It wouldn't surprise me that they don't got shit on Trump. And basically, this is how they're kind of swaying him to do the things that he's fucking doing, which is totally stupid shit. At this point, we should be like, okay, these people are killing women and kids and care workers and hospital workers and just flattening places out. Like, we don't want nothing to do with this, and that's it. It's like, they never should have been put there in the first place. Some people say, oh, well, the Israelis, the Israeli people were there first. The Israelites were there, and they were pushed out. Well, what are you going to do? It wasn't in my time. I just say, okay, well, they didn't seem to have a problem with allowing you to come in there, and now you've gone in and taken over their whole area and bombed all their homes. I mean, you want them to be your buddy now and not be pissed off at you? If somebody came to your house and started pushing you out the door, you brought a friend in, and all of a sudden your bedroom is now his bedroom, and he's pushing you out somewhere else, what would you be doing?
Yeah, and Moonbounce,
cool.
Netanyahu might have come up with this clean break doctrine or anything, but what I'm getting at was the lunacy of anybody even going along with that. I can't believe that actual strategists and shit looked at this fucking idea and said, hey, that's what we want to go for, because it just seems like a losing proposition every way around. I mean,
it seems that way. I would agree with you in that aspect. But who in power do you trust to be in your frame of mind? When you go, hey, Saab, do you trust the government to be in your frame of mind? You would go, oh, heck no, I don't. So there you go. There's your answer.
They're forced representatives to you. You didn't represent. You didn't tell these people to do anything for you. They were forced on you, and you can't fire them. So these people are just doing what they're being paid to do by whoever the fuck is fucking butter in their hand.
I just find it amazing that no one amongst his peers looked at that fucking idea and said, hey, that's a great one. Let's do that.
Yeah, I know.
That's just dumb.
Yeah, but Saab, look how he talked to that reporter. She was like speaking up. You think he's going to treat anybody that way? What about that dude he bought those shoes for? Rubio, what you were talking about. Rubio didn't go, hey, man, these shoes suck. He was kissing his feet saying, thank you for the shoes.
Because he's a powerful person. And a lot of the time your boss buys you a gift and you say, hey, man, these fucking shoes are 6 times too big. Why are they 17s? I'm a fucking 10.
So it looks to me like Netanyahu's plan overall was the destruction of Israel. That's how it would project out to anyone that actually looked at it, would be the destruction of Israel. Now, there's a lot of people in Israel that don't agree. He's been on trial. He's in trouble for corruption charges. He's wanted for war crimes all over the fucking world and shit.
You can't travel to certain places.
The United States is the only thing that's kept his ass out of prison. That's for real. Trump even told him that.
Yep.
But he's no different than the Gulf of Tonkin, right? He may be destroying his own people, but it's to get sympathy for then other people to gather around and go, oh, look at how we're being persecuted. It's like all of those false flags or whatever you want to call them, they're all done for that same reason.
Yeah,
so it's not that he's out to destroy Israel. He's going to throw a lot of people in the grinder, but it's only for that same purpose.
He's using deaths of people to to get sway, for flex.
Hey, real quick, y'all, I want to show you something my wife makes real quick before I forget. And she's selling these too. I think she said $10 a piece. Can't go to Canada. There's fucking postage to Canada is outrageous.
Yeah, I know.
But what it is, see this little frog? If you're a person that uses coasters, these are kind of fun because watch the way it's set up so that when you put your glass on it.
That's awesome.
Let me pull that up full screen so people on their phone and shit can see it. Let me put it back the way it goes. Just turn it around like that. Hold on. Oh yeah, I got to do it down here. There we go. All right, so here's this frog. See him? Pretty cute. And then when you put your glass on it, he was a coaster, see? When you put your glass on him, he goes, his legs go up and shit. And he's smashing a frog. So she makes those. She's selling them for $10 a piece. If anybody's interested, email me and we'll set it up. You can, email me and tell me, hey, I sent such and such amount of money to PayPal or whichever one like that. And we'll
include shipping, or you gotta pay. What's the shipping?
Yeah, I think because something that small like that, it'll go in an envelope.
All right, I'll send you an email, man.
But so yeah, they're small, they're light, so it would just go regular parcel postage, and and just say what it's for, say hey, here's $10 for a frog coaster or whatever, and then I'll have her make them and we'll get them to you, and we won't.
I'll take 40,000 of them. Can she get
there you go? Take 40,000 of them. Shit, honey, you better go to the yarn store. No, don't send her to the yarn store. She'll never come out.
My mom used to do that. She used to do like the needle point. The needle point.
Yeah.
She used to do that, make blankets and stuff for all the kids when they were really little. And my mom was big time into that. That was like her little downtime thing. And she'd sit there and. I used to know a girl that used to do it like by tying knots. She would tie a knot and then tie a knot and then tie a knot.
Yeah.
I used to know a chick a long time.
We did macrame in grade school, I remember. You ever done that? Everybody makes a hanging planter.
Yeah. Yeah, with the needles, with the friggin' needles where they loop it around. My mother used to be able to do that. I wasn't that my shake when I got to do that. I used to build models when I was a kid.
I love doing that.
When I was in my late 20s, early 30s, once I walked into some hobby shop and I was like, you know what? I'll buy a model. Man, it's like I was just out of rehab. I was trying to hold these little plastic model pots, shaking like crazy. And I was like, man, I can't do this anymore. Too small.
I did that Apollo Moonlander. And I got really detailed with that thing, painting it and everything else like that. And I've got this visor thing that's got a light that you can aim on it, and it's got a series of different magnification lenses that you can put down in front of your face, so you can see the shit real close up, and it'd just be right here, but it's magnified like it's this big. Pretty cool shit. The thing you brought up earlier, Moonbox, about that distance, with that, I was like, I wasn't arguing with him so much about it. I was like, hold on a fucking minute. This goddamn thing right here is telling me that it's this amount. What the fuck is going on here? Just a second. This is crazy. Why do we have this? And it's like, wait a second. And you know, the bottom line is the point that the guy was making was not correct. The point that the guy was making was not correct, because above a certain altitude, those aren't actual readings that they're taking on air pressure. Those are mathematical extrapolations based on some pretty shitty data, really. But in any case, when it comes down to that whole thing, I don't think there's how high is that fucking well, see, that begs the question too. How are they getting actual accurate
without physical
you know, yeah, I mean, if if altitude is measured by air pressure, how do we know that you're getting an accurate air pressure reading at some of these altitudes, man? You know, that you're actually, for instance, like I think it might be like 70,000 feet or something like that. The ASR 71 flies at might even be higher. I don't know, but that's the reason it has to go so fast and have so much wing on it, is because there's so little air for it to interact with. And I'm like, if there's that little bit of air outside of a mathematical extrapolation of the pressure at that altitude, how do you know that you're actually at that altitude? You know, I don't know.
I was watching that today. It was like 85,000 feet or something. It was like that same kind of thing. It's like, you know, with all that stuff moving and expanding and that same kind of thing, how do you know when you're there that your reading is actually, like you said, it's accurate? It may be a guess or something. But hey, D-Man, did you start doing Legos after that model's shaking?
No. I was way old. I mean, I had Legos when I was a kid. But I mean, I built.
It says altitudes above 85,000 feet.
I just looked up tools to measure air pressure at high altitude.
Yeah.
They use a barometric altimeter or a digital barometer, and they said devices measure absolute atmospheric pressure and convert the decreasing pressure values into an elevation reading. Popular handheld options include a Testo 511, Pocket Pro, absolute pressure and altitude meter, and rugged environmental meters from Kestrel Instruments, which I'm sure is big time money stuff. But
see, there again, that's a calculation, and I'm just saying, I'm wondering, is what their extrapolation of that actually? Do they know that that's the exact height that this happens at with this air pressure or whatnot, or is that based on a mathematical extrapolation? And we know that the pressure anywhere is never completely consistent. It isn't.
Yeah.
You know, it's always fluctuating. So that's why I'm saying it's a calculation based on a fluctuating principle, which is all well and good. I guess it keeps you from crashing into the ground, okay. But I would like to see what an altimeter reading versus an actual physical measurement would be like.
Yeah.
You know, maybe like a laser bounce off the ground or something from the aircraft. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, they could hang something. They could hang something from it if they wanted. Say, if you took a balloon and raised the balloon up, you could throw a measurement rated string and go and put on it, and do that and actually get a physical actual measurement to pull. I mean, I know it isn't going to be perfect, but I mean the general idea of it is kind of like
all right, buddy, down there on the ground. No, I'm up here. Supposedly 80,000 feet. Now I want you to grab a hold of that string.
Look at the string. Straighten it out.
He gets fucking fried because he grounded out a circuit right there.
I mean, it's the only thing I could think of, like a physical would be you would literally have to hang something off of it and then pull down on it to get tension on it since it's rising.
Right.
I mean, the only thing I could think of.
I think a laser would probably work better. If there was a way, but you'd have to. Well, then you're accounting for atmosphere attenuation and diffraction and all that other shit.
It says here that these Kestrel weather meters, it says it's a handheld weather meter, measures wind and temperature with total accuracy, as Added benefits of an air pressure sensor that provides altitude and barometric information. And it's like a handheld thing that you hold in your hand. You know, you could hold it up and it'll do air pro, you know, pretty
And
interesting.
once again, the air pressure is not the weight of the air, it's the displacement of it. Okay. People think that it's the weight. Otherwise, one of these devices would be orientation dependent, like a scale is, right? If you have a scale sitting off level and you try to weigh something, you don't get an accurate reading at all. So you would, if a barometer worked on the weight of the air, then it would be orientation dependent, measuring the weight. But we don't experience that. There is no downward force of air. The displacement of the air causes the pressure of the air to squeeze in on us in all vectors, in all directions, from the outside to inside, because the air desperately wants to be where we're at, and we don't want the air to be where we are. So it's not really a choice. Two things can't occupy the same space at the same time.
It's why that little glass device that has like a different kind of liquids in it.
Take your face out of the pillow. Take your face out of the pillow, Moon. What?
I don't know. I switched my headset.
You're muffled. Oh no, he's got COVID where they're at. He's putting on a mask. He's got a mask on.
I'm trying to fix it.
You know, so the idea of the weight of the air, what does air actually weigh? Air is only going to show a weight if it's in a volume that is denser than the air around it. Like, in other words, a higher pressure. When you see like a gas cylinder and it says that it's empty,
it's still got pressure
empty.
in it.
It's not empty. It's just the same pressure as it is outside. There's still gas inside that cylinder.
They also don't run those valves all the way down. As a safety mechanism, they run those valves down to a certain pressure where it can't bypass that little diaphragm that they use.
Otherwise, it's too dangerous. They have to have a bleed out to be able to fill them again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has a diaphragm in it. If you've ever seen when they pull those apart, it's almost like a car horn, or it's got the diaphragm piece in it.
Told the dude today, I told him, I says, look, you know, I'm tired of fussing with you about this. Okay, so here's the deal. I said, I can create an isolated volume of gases using a physical container. I said, I can create a gradient of pressure inside of that isolated volume of gas using physical containment. I can create a vacuum using physical containment. I said, now I challenge you to do any one of those three without it. Go for it. Crickets. All done. I always want to get you off on some other bullshit, see?
Yeah.
And they go on with this air has weight. And I says, well, show me that. Show me that. Take how much, and don't weigh it. Calculate how much a little plastic jar weighs, right? And then remove that. Remove that from the equation, and then use it as a tare weight, and then just close the jar, put it on there, and tell me what you get. What's the weight?
0.
That's right. Wow. Wonder why.
Well, everything isn't done by weight, like you said. It's by barometric pressure. It's all it is. It's a displacement that causes pressure.
Do you know?
I feel like. He said, wah, 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 wah.
Charlie Brown teacher. You sound like Charlie Brown's teacher, man.
You're real muffled. Go out and come back.
Okay.
It's like, yeah, exactly. It's like, wah, 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 wah.
Do I have to do the test still? Oh, good grief.
What? Billy fell down a well.
Yeah, he probably did. Here's a little video of Jesus telling you about the architecture hidden in America.
Jesus.
The conquistadors coming into the Americas, and their strategies and tactics for infiltrating and enthroning a new deity known as Mary, right? The Queen of Heaven. They wanted to invoke her over this territory. And there was a massive battle between the priest class during that time. And you get to see these hierarchy of these ones that were worshiping in Mexico City predominantly, that was running a massive human trafficking campaign on all the sacrifices and slaughters that are happening for that. I mean, it's nationwide at that point. And we're talking millions of people that are being fed, physically fed through butcheries to the priests. Like, that's the way they did it. And that priest class fled north into the Americas when they got persecuted. And they came into the Americas, the Northern America, and they brought a lot of that ideology with them. And they began to use that, weaponize that power, and start to take over the people that were up here. And they began to eradicate them and butcher them and force them into compliance with this. And then the land responded with this desecration, and all these invaders began to come in. But this is stuff that they had prophesied was going to happen. And so a lot of them, they literally did not fight. They literally had prophecies that there was going to come bearded men with shiny metal helmets, and they're going to come and you're supposed to bow down and yield to them. And so that's what they did. That's why you had a few hundred guys with a few horses and dogs, unbelievable hunting dogs, crazy stories in there, full armor, killing squads of people, these dogs single-handedly. It's
From Europe?
Yeah, bro. You want to talk about what dogs can do? We have no idea
Really?
what dogs do. Oh, yeah. DeSoto and what he brought with his dogs in the Americas, most terrifying things that the natives had ever encountered was the dogs, because they would kill hundreds of people, like just jump from one to the next, ripping throats out. Like, these are all documented things. So I love that side of the history of understanding where did this all come in here, and why was there the expunging of the record of anybody who had a culture or a written language. Well, that's because we wanted to support this ideology of manifest destiny for this invasion force that was coming from Europe, was that it is our right to rule over these savages and to begin to take their territory. But ahead of that was the surveyors, and then following them was this military expedition across the West, which was to the Army Corps of Civil Engineering, eradicate the history of the people out there. And that's what they did. That's why they built dams and rivers and lakes in specific places and changed geography. They're sponging any evidence that this is a advanced civilization. But we have firsthand accounts of people that said, we've been in the biggest cities of Europe, and over here, they're better and more beautiful and more grand and well-designed than anything we've ever encountered.
Wow.
This is not just one. Many, 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 many people that came over here in the beginning could not understand the capacity of the people that were here. This is the origin place of the earth in so many more ways than what people think of as Africa. This place is where the first documented evidence of a horse, of a camel, of all of these languages, mummies, the oldest mummies in the world. All this stuff is here.
Wow. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying with this history shit. We see them changing history right in real time.
Yep.
You know,
I was on PJ's show, and PJ found some stuff from the Bible, one of the Bibles he was looking at, and they added in that Jesus has sisters.
Oh, wow.
And they added a name, Joseph. And he was like, that ain't right. That ain't right. So, I mean, I think they changed the shit now, especially with the digital stuff. They're going to change shit on the fly.
Sure.
And it's going to cause problems when you go to talk about things 10, 15 years from now and you're old. And someone says, no, it isn't. That's not what this book says. That's not what online says. It's going to cause problems. They'll be changing the narrative as they go.
God damn it. People do that all the time with that. They'll say, look, Google says this. And I said, I don't give a fuck. Google will tell you that men can get pregnant too.
Yep.
Not really interested in Google. Well, let's have some demonstration here. Let's actually have some demonstrative, repeatable science occurring, you know? Not this, I think there's a gradient because of gravity, so that proves it.
I put a what do you call it in the back for you in the private chat? It's the last link. It's the Stephen Hawking AI generator. You can actually go in and type anything you want, and it'll do it in the Stephen Hawking AI voice.
Oh God, hang on, I'm gonna have to
don't ask me why.
Hang on, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do something really funny.
It's the very last link.
I got it. Hang on. I'm gonna see.
Oh God, I get goofy at night.
You ready? Listen. Oh wait, why isn't it playing? Oh, generate AI voice. Here we go. Oh, that's not what I said. Okay, wait.
Yeah, you click on that pop you text, and then it has different voices too. I think it does other ones too.
All right, let's see what he says here. Did you hear that? Oh no, you didn't.
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh fuck! Hang on, I got it working. Just a second, I gotta go there. All right. Listen.
I like to touch my penis and look at rocket pictures.
I was looking for a Stephen Hawking voice, and a buddy sent me that link. He's like, "Here you go." Said it's what I use.
Hang on, wait. Let me get this back in here. Hang on.
Well, I might have.
You guys will still be able to hear it. Hold on.
I came up with an idea.
Hold on.
Brian Cox gives me wood.
Oh my god, that's good.
Save the link so that way you got it in your repertoire.
I got it. That's pretty good.
Oh man,
this one will be a good one.
So, I can't. I was gonna suggest you do Wesley and do a Wesley. Is that all you really Sov?
Someone please scratch my balls.
Stephen Hawking, how could you be so? Oh my God, it's horrible.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, you got to figure if his nuts itch, what do you do about it?
He just gurgles and makes like,
He's
he's really saying, "Kill me, over and over."
Please, someone kill me. They took me up in this plane and threw me around like a sack of oranges and shit. It was terrible.
I'm terrified.
The conquistadors coming.
Let's see, where was that? What is it? Michael Burry? Who's Michael Burry? Some investor, he bet $1 billion against Palantir stock. That's crazy. So this was interesting. You know, that actress that just died, she was like, what, 36, I think, was all?
What was her name?
Hayden Panettiere.
Never heard of her.
She was on the TV show Nashville. She's been in other movies. I'm trying to think what fucking movie it was. I think she was in Scream.
She a vax chick?
No, this is the thing. She wrote a book. They released this book, and in there she talked about being somebody trying to traffic her on a yacht. And she didn't really name any names or anything, but I think the people that she's talking about know who she was talking about. And yeah, here's a little thing on this. This is kind of crazy. It's been all over the place the last couple of days. Whoops. There we go.
So either the jab, which is most likely, an overdose, which I don't know about, or she was starting to speak out on some very powerful people, types of people that Trump should have arrested.
Right about a moment in your career where a friend of yours takes you onto a boat, you're led to a room which has an older man in it, and then basically told to perform sexual acts and,
Oh, yeah. Perspective.
completely shifted, and I realized that I was in danger. But by the time I'd realized I was in danger, I was quite literally out to sea. And it was that moment shook me and was shocking. And I was quite literally walked down, and I had been having a great time. There was no hints of anything like that happening. So it took me, I was shocked. It took me by surprise. And it was led by somebody that I had grown to trust and see as a protector and somebody who had my back. And to be walked down, down the stairs, and it was as like a surprise, presented as though it was like a surprise. And it was this very small room, and she physically put me in the bed next to this undressed man who was very famous, and had his hands like this, like this was just an average day for him. This is something that happens all the time. And I waited for her to leave, and I mean that lion in me, that fire in me, that my hair stood on end, and I became ferocious. I was like, this is not happening. But I had nowhere to hide, and I bolted, and I hid wherever I could think of to hide on a boat. There was no jumping off and swimming away, and there was nobody who was going to, I realized that there was nobody who was going to be empathetic to my situation that this would.
So it was a woman that put her, a woman she trusted, who put her in that situation in the first place. I don't believe that it was what they say. They're saying it was a drug overdose. I don't believe that for a fucking minute, because from what I understand, a lot of this book was discussing her road to recovery from drugs and the impacts on her life that it's had in a positive way. And no, she talked about that, and somebody said, whoop, they're going to press her on that. Somebody's going to press her on that. Somebody's going to grab on that. That's a loose end. We got to get out of here. But the cat's out of the bag now. Even though she didn't name names, other people know who was on that boat. Somebody's going to fucking say something. If they don't, we just know that this happens all the time. These scumbags just do this shit. That's how they live. This is their world. What's going on, Mr. Roger Ledwell? Hey, also, Moonbounce, did you get your fucking microphone working and stuff?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it still sounds muffled, dude.
Okay.
It almost, that's exactly what it sounds like. It's almost like you got a mask on or something.
Yeah, he sounds weird. It was happening earlier too, where he was sounding really fuzzy.
He does not just sound weird. He is weird. I'm just fucking with you, Moonbones.
What's up, Roger? I made dinner for tomorrow.
Roger didn't know. Roger just left. He went to go and unmute, and he left. I guarantee it. Hit the wrong button. Watch, he'll come back and spastically tell us.
I made dinner for tomorrow, so that way I don't have to cook tomorrow. I'm kind of busy, so I made shit for tomorrow. So when I come home, I can just.
I made breakfast for yesterday.
Rodney Dangerfield. This homeless guy walked into. You had a joke that Rodney Dangerfield said this homeless guy walks into a place, and he says, "Can you give me some food, sir? I'm starving." And he said, "Do you like yesterday's soup?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Come back tomorrow."
That's pretty good. Boy, everybody's talking about what the fuck is that on Trump's butt? He's walking with this like he's wearing some kind of an apparatus or something.
An apparatus. It's a trash bag. It's a Glad. They just wrap them everywhere. Up to prevent
it's
leakage.
Everywhere. Look at this. This is everywhere.
He's got a diaper or something. Yeah, it is kind of
No,
high.
it looks like it's more than that. I was thinking, is it possible maybe that he might have fallen and injured his fucking hip, and that's some kind of an like a compression
Yeah,
deal
like
or something?
yeah, like you'd put around on the bottom of your
Yeah.
back, like a for like sciatic.
Yeah. I just wonder, if it might be something
I
like
mean, he's
that.
got a vest on, so I mean, I'm sure they're covering as much of him as possible too.
Maybe that's a bulletproof butt vest.
Yeah, I mean, try to cover your vitals. It's not like the old vest where it only went down to your rib cage. They have ones that cover your whole torso.
You heard the Secret Service guy say, "Man, we got to be careful. They didn't want to shoot your ass. Well, give me some armor for my ass." Then. Yeah. It's funny as shit. It is.
David Koresh said keeps the 10 pegs safe when they fall out of his ass.
Ooh, who actually runs America? Choice. Who actually runs America? A good question. Look at this scary looking bitch. The code of fleeting faces. The black frames and the reveal the other from amongst humans noticed by only 1%. And look at these fucking people, their eyes freaking out. Oh, this is freaky. You guys got to see this. Let me bring this up. Look at that shit, man. What's up?
Looks like a painting.
Look at his eye.
Oh, yeah. He's got the...
What the fuck? What? The fuck?
Giant hands.
What in the world, man? What? Wow, dude.
Yeah, it's like They Live. Somebody shoot the satellite, will you? And fucking get this shit over with.
No shit, man. God damn it, man. There's just too much. The government said I'm not disabled anymore. Okay, cool. Well, as long as they said, what's this one? Nobody is allowed to see my bank account. Nobody, not even me. This is an animation I see by Lego, or the people that make these Lego things, whatever.
Mr. President, what do you say to people calling for an investigation into your wealth?
No. An investigation? Absolutely not. Nobody is allowed to see my bank account. Nobody, not even me, especially not me, because me seeing my bank account makes me confused, very confused. I open it and I say, wow, why is there so much money? How did I make all this money? Who gave me this money? Then me starts thinking maybe I should take some of the money away from me. Basically me robbing me, which is crazy because me robbing me is not a crime, but me losing money from me is sad. On the other hand, me getting money by robbing me is fun. It's a tremendous conflict. I don't know what to do. People suspect foreign assets. Foreign? Fake news. It's all domestic robbery. Me on me crime. Very tragic, but very profitable. I called up the FBI. I said, look into the guy robbing Trump. You know who it was? Trump. Tremendous mastermind. The best. I wanted to arrest him. But who do I arrest? Me? I'm the victim, but I'm also the robber. Very complicated.
So you're saying your finances are a conflict of interest with yourself?
Exactly. That's why nobody sees the accounts. Not the senators, not the fake news, not even me, especially not me. If I look, I might give myself a loan, then forgive the loan, then charge myself interest, then sue myself for non-payment. It's a whole thing. Very complicated.
Yeah, it's not stealing. Yeah, he's got more money to throw around. He's
What is
become a billy. He's made way more money since he's come into office.
Uh-oh.
Even all that, but
Go ahead.
Even all that lawyer shit he had to go through, supposedly. His kids have gotten rich since he's gotten office, also through all that Polyglobe money and the fucking butthead looking son. He's big time into crypto.
Yeah, they all are. He's making bank, dude. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, they're all got rich, all of them.
This is something about Marjorie Taylor Greene dropping some bombshells or something. Be right back. I'm gonna have to plug this phone in. Hang on.
Marjorie Taylor Greene just tweeted that Donald Trump is considering the worst possible option in Iran. She says she's not speculating, that this is something that she knows. And folks, if she is telling the truth, we are not just in 25th Amendment territory, we've bought a summer home there. Donald Trump is winning in Iran the same way that he won as a casino operator, a charity founder, a steak salesman, a university head, and a father. That is to say, he's losing bigly. Because Donald Trump planned this war with the same careful strategy that a puppy uses when it's trying to decide whether or not to eat the couch cushions, we are now stuck in an endless quagmire. Donald Trump is running out of options, and because he's a sad old man desperate to save face, Midge Green is now saying that he's looking at the worst possible option. Let's talk about it. By the way, my name's Jay Black. I'm a comedian. I do 2 videos about news and politics every single day. If you like what you're seeing, please consider subscribing. Let's just get right to it. According to Midge Green, Donald Trump is considering using nuclear weapons. Now, is she lying? Possibly. This is the same woman who said that the weather is being controlled by space lasers, so it's entirely possible that she just ate a ghost pepper and hallucinated all of this. But I can tell you, when the White House was asked about it, they just called her a traitor and didn't deny it. But the whole thing is just giving me a bad feeling, because here's the thing. Midge Green was an insider who was pushed out because she cared too much about releasing the files, which, by the way, is something a totally innocent person would do. Nothing to see here, MAGA, nothing to see here. And since that time, she's been unusually candid about Trump. So it gives me pause, and it should give you pause too. This is the dumbest, most evil option available, so it only makes sense that this would be the one he's considering. Now, I need to reiterate this. I don't know anything beyond what Midge Green posted. But what I can tell you is that any legitimate administration that wasn't considering this would be out on the White House lawn denying this as loudly as Trump denies Eric's paternity. MAGA, I know it's fun to own the libs, but if we really are standing on the precipice of one of the most evil acts in history, can you find enough humanity in yourself to finally say enough? Or did you leave your spine at the boat parade?
No shit. No shit. Listen, even though they're fake, the fact that he's willing to, I don't know if he knows they're fake or not. He may very well think that they're real. And when it comes down to it, something will happen before any of them can launch, or they'll come to some idea or conclusion or something. You watch. But he keeps threatening with it. And Iran don't give a fuck. I think they're calling in his bluff. I think they already know that. I think it's very possible Iran already knows that there ain't no such fucking thing. So they ain't wasting their time on it. Go ahead, bring your fucking nuclear bomb that you think you got. Go ahead.
If we got one, if it exists and it's real.
Right. I think they're calling his bluff.
I don't think they really give a shit. I think they're kind of like, go ahead, do it. We don't give a fuck.
Right?
You know,
we're not going to capitulate.
Yeah, they probably figure, fuck it, better dying than fucking being under the foot of these assholes. So, you know, that's probably their mentality. I don't blame them. You know,
God, I'm looking.
I mean, I didn't tell them to go there and do that shit. Nobody, you know,
No.
they didn't go around and ask people what they thought about it. They just went and fucking did it. So, I mean, you know, it's a runaway train at this point anyway.
Okay, so that's who puts out his Truth Social tweets. That diaper girl.
Oh, really?
Yeah, here's an unearthed video. Trump aide Natalie Harp personally types out Trump's Truth Social post as he sits there rambling. This ought to be good. Let's check it out.
Oh, too many, thank you.
It's about 20.
There must be 35.
Traveling from India
That's
to
good.
California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist.
How many people are watching?
Can we tell how many, Dan? How many people are watching?
She's talking about how great San Francisco was before she destroyed it. A lot of talk about childhood. We've got to get to the border, inflation, and crime.
He's not proposing a single policy, not one policy.
Ours is biography won't lower your prices at the grocery store.
Or at the pump.
Out there putting veterans out on the street, so
33,000 homeless veterans. Gotcha. Okay, say these the things of which she complains. The things of which she
In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man.
Oh. You hear that, Phil? It's great, right? Ready? These prosecutions were all started by her and Biden against their political opponents. Me. Get that out right away.
We have caravans heading to the border, people showing up to the border with Biden-Harris t-shirts. Everything we have of people swarming the border.
She paid bail for rioters in the Minnesota Freedom Fund.
She paid and raised bail. She paid bail to get the violent rioters in Minnesota out of jail. I love it. Put it in there. Put it right in with the stuff, huh?
With that post, yeah.
Yeah.
But
you could do it either that or separate.
they were lying about the Project 2025.
Oh, lying against Project 25, which she knows, and so do all Democrats, that I have absolutely nothing to do with.
She said, like, we can say yes, no inflation, secure borders, the best economy in the history of the world. Peace.
She said chart a new way forward. She's turning a new way.
Chart a new way forward.
She's done nothing but harm.
Holy fucking God. He's operating using basically Facebook.
I know.
Okay? The country is a Facebook account. He thinks that's fucking reality.
Well, it's how everybody operates these days, though. It's everybody's doing everything. You know, I mean, some people don't even use the phone anymore. They don't even call anybody. They just text.
That was a presidential troll farm.
Yeah,
that we just
basically.
saw. Yeah, that's what that was. It was a presidential troll farm.
He says something, and then some jerk off says, "Oh, sir, how about if we change this word? And then why don't you say this and add that in there? All right, yeah, go right ahead, put it on there."
God damn it, man!
It's like a fucking bot farm.
Wow. People are taking that serious too, man.
What's that? Him tweeting on X?
Oh, that's him tweeting on X. He sits there and rambles, and other people put out what he said under his name.
Yeah.
That's what you got to figure that's doing. This motherfucker couldn't even put a medal on a dude, man. You think he's sitting there typing out? And now this broad, at all god awful hours of the morning and night, is the one sitting there putting out all this rambling shit that he's dictating to her. Man, I hope she's getting paid a lot. I'll tell you what, because I can't have to put up with this shitty diapered ass and be all those weird hours tweeting out his insane shit that he says. God damn it, man. What the fuck? We do live in a really weird world, man.
Yep.
Wow. What is this? This is oh man, this is like a fucking caravan of people living in their vehicles and shit. Listen, it's going to be Mad Max. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
$10 a gallon, and it's ass chaps in Mohawk.
My buddy used to go down to Quartzsite.
Arizona.
Stop. He would go to New Mexico. He would stop. He would go down to Quartzsite and go visit with buddies, and then go to southern Mexico. And he used to tell me, "Oh yeah, dude, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. It's LTVA land."
Yeah. Kind of like how BLM is.
Yeah.
Something is happening outside American cities. As housing gets more expensive, more people are living in vehicles. Some because they have no choice, but others, they chose this. They watched the rent climb, the debt climb, the surveillance expand. The system became harder to escape. And instead of fighting for a better seat inside it, they left. Then they started finding each other out in the desert, on public land and forests, beyond the suburbs, small communities forming outside the machine. Not quite homeless, not quite traditional society, something else. A parallel society on wheels. And if the system keeps getting more expensive, more chaotic, and more controlling, don't be surprised when more people choose the wasteland.
And that's how Mad Max started out, right there. That right there is how Mad Max started out.
The only thing that concerns me about that is that dude said they're coming together on public land. And then it's like, well, everybody knows like when certain people don't want you on public land anymore, it don't take nothing but a couple drones to come flying over there
Right,
and start
right.
like, yeah, saying public land ain't your public land. That's government property, or so they say.
Oh,
I
look
need
at
to find
that.
some private land.
Hang on 1 second. I gotta look at something here. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to look at this different here. Let's go with that. There we go. Okay, that's what I wondered about. That's what I wondered about. Okay. I couldn't find my fucking recycle bit. And it's because somehow some other icon had got laid up over top of it. I didn't know you could overlay them on top of each other. At least I wasn't aware that you I wasn't even aware that that could be done. That's weird. What the fuck? God. All right. Anyway, we're back here. Oh yeah, here's what I was talking about. Remember when I made that joke about the measuring for the height, you know, and putting a string way down or a wire?
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, they take that hobby
Or a
wire.
laser.
Well, yeah, that might work, but I'm wondering how you would, you know, how the attenuation, that would probably be the most accurate way. I've got a really cool little laser thing that measures, and I use that all the time. Like if I have to figure out how far it is inside to cut a little piece of wood, how far it is inside of a little area inside of a cabinet or something like that, I just put that in there because it includes its own size into the measurement. So you can just butt it up against the fucking one side and turn the laser on, let it hit the other side like that, and then you just hit the button and that holds it. And you take it out and read it, and it'll read it in decimal, it'll read it in fraction, however you want to set it. And the story behind getting that was funny as shit. I was at the Home Depot there in Harrisonburg, and I saw that in the Home Depot, and I think it was like $30, and I was like, okay, that is fucking awesome. I'm gonna get that. So I got that, and I stuck it in my cart. Now you got to figure that thing really, it isn't much bigger than this vape battery, this blue part right here. It ain't much bigger than that right there, and it's in one of them blister packets, you know.
Yeah.
So I laid that blister packet in the cart there, the little kid seat part of the cart. Got a couple other things, and then I went over and I says, hey, do you got any more of these cordless power saws right here, these cordless circular saws? He goes, yeah, and he got a thing and unlocked it and got it out. Now this thing was in a box about this fucking big, about that tall, right? And he handed it to me, and I looked at it, I said, okay. I went to put it in the cart, and he says, which register are you going to use? I said, what do you mean, what register am I going to use? He goes, I have to take that saw up to the register that you're going to use so they can hold on to it until you pay for it. I said, why? He says, to make sure you don't walk out with it. And I says, walk out with it? What do you think, I'm going to stuff that down my pants or something and walk out the front door with a fucking box that big? How come I don't have to put this little tiny thing right here?
Yeah.
How come I don't have to put that? up at the register. What in the fuck? And there again, there's another one of those non-logic goddamn things that people look at you like, well, why would you think that's illogical? What the fuck?
We can't have you push that lawnmower, sir. You could just walk right out with it.
Yeah, because everybody's mowing the Walmart floor or whatever, the Home Depot. See, that's I can't stand fucking non-logical shit like that. It just blows my mind. And it's worse when people go, well, yeah, well, of course, that makes perfect sense. And I'm like, that makes no sense at all. I don't know. Quit gaslighting me, man. It doesn't make sense. Quit. Jesus Christ. Oh, here's some shit about, oh, that's all AI generated shit. Fuck you. I hate generated fucking horse shit. Let me see. I think I had something over here. If I'm not mistaken.
Renee Bernie said, "Is that a SAR in your pants, or are you just happy to see me?"
Good one. Oh, this is a great story. This is a great story. I got to bring this up for you. This is fucking hilarious. It's a flock story. It's a flock story. You're going to love this. All right. This is, shit. I don't think it says. All right. So anyway, let me just bring it up. It says you can't make this shit up. Flock camera error leads to 3-hour standoff with a deer outside of Casper, Wyoming. A 3-hour law enforcement standoff outside of Casper ended unexpectedly early Saturday morning after authorities discovered the suspected fugitive they had been monitoring was actually a dead mule deer laying along the highway. According to traffic officials, an automated flock camera system captured an image shortly after midnight and flagged what appeared to be the face of one of America's 10 most wanted fugitives. Multiple agencies responded after the system reportedly returned a high confidence match. Because the individual was considered potentially armed and dangerous, officers established a perimeter and attempted for nearly 3 hours to make contact from a safe distance.
With a deer.
Poor lighting and tall grass along the roadway prevented officers from getting a clear view of the suspect. The situation ended shortly before 4 a.m. when an officer using thermal imaging noticed the individual had not changed position or body temperature since authorities arrived. Officers eventually approached and discovered a mule deer that appeared to have been struck by a vehicle several hours earlier. Officials believe the combination of the deer's facial features, shadows from nearby vegetation, and damage caused by collision resulted in the unusual identification. The camera system has been reportedly temporarily recalibrated. No arrests were made.
Was the deer armed?
You know why they shot it a couple times for officer safety?
Get on the ground! Sure. Get on the ground!
You'll like
that
this
dude
one.
now has to know his face looks like something that got hit by a car.
He's Jed Jim.
Yeah, he's Jed Jim. Trekkies get it.
Yeah.
Trekkies get it, damn it.
I always loved it when they would ask him something that he didn't know about. I'm just a doctor, damn
it. Oh, yeah. This is kind of good.
They would always take the Irish guy with them when they would go somewhere, and he would always die every time. Damn it.
Oh, with a red shirt. Always with the red shirt.
Always the red shirt.
But it was always somebody nobody had ever seen before. Okay, on the away team. I think Family Guy did a thing on that one time. It's like, all right, Spock, Dr. McCoy, Scotty, and Ensign Ricky.
Yeah.
You're going to be on the away team, and the fucking dude's got a red shirt on. He's like, he knows he's not coming back.
Come on, Janitor Houlihan.
Yeah, right? Look, it's Yeoman Tom. Come on, you can go with us. Introducing Yeoman Tom, first and last episode. Oh my god, this is kind of crazy. Listen to this shit.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. So let me ask you something. Why do billions of people follow a story chosen by a government? Most people think that they're following faith. But what if they're following a narrative that the Roman Empire officially approved over 1700 years ago? Before that, Rome hunted Christians. They persecuted them, tortured them, and executed them. They tried to erase the movement completely. Then suddenly Rome becomes aligned with Christianity? Listen, you don't persecute a movement and then spiritually align with it unless something fundamentally has changed or unless there's a bigger agenda. Because the power structure didn't disappear. It changed clothes. Now take a look at 325 AD, the Council of Nicaea. Was it simply about discovering truth? Or was it about creating one official story the empire could standardize? Teachings could be excluded, others could be elevated. A developing faith could be organized into an imperial framework. And here's the part that most people don't think about. The word spell is connected to the idea of a story or narrative. You read a story long enough and it becomes belief. Belief becomes identity, and identity becomes reality. And eventually, people will defend the very cage that they were taught to call truth. Rome didn't just convert. Rome reorganized the story. Go ask yourself, are you following God, or are you following the empire that rewrote the story about God? Because something amazing is happening now. People are remembering their roots, their origins, and their ancestors, and asking who we were before the edits came in. There's a book in the link in my bio that explains this perfectly. For more content like this, y'all know what to do. Peace, light, and love.
It's I like the way her mind goes.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
They're the ones that brought in heliocentrism.
Yes. Yes. What's their agenda? What's the agenda? What's the buzz? Tell me what's happening. What's the buzz? If you haven't never seen Jesus Christ Superstar, I highly recommend it. Great movie. Great movie.
It's got the cow sills in it.
No, it's cow sills. I think Roberta Flack does one of the songs.
Yeah, the other one is
know how to love him. You know that song?
Yeah. The other one is the hair song one when it's Susan Cowsill from Cowsills.
Yeah.
The little girl.
Oh, I can't.
Well, she wasn't little when she did it. She was probably friggin' her 20s, but they did the Rain, the Park, and other things. That was their big song.
Oh, this was a cool thing. This was Dave Weiss talking to a physics professor. I've seen some of these clips before. They're pretty good. These guys really have a bad time. They really do, because they've been indoctrinated and told these things as though they're just facts and you treat them for granted.
Yep.
Like this bullshit idea of mass attracting mass. It's just a mantra that they just keep repeating. And it's just dumb as fuck. You know, it's like, because to trip them up, all you have to do is just ask them, well, why? You think mass attracts mass? Why? Why does it do that? There has to be a reason. There has to be a mechanism. Can't just, because it does. That's stupid.
Yeah. Nathan's been penning them down with simple measurement. Just going through the measurements. What's the measurement? What are the bases of measurement? And it's been driving them insane to the point where they're screaming and quitting. And Toon got called out a bunch of times, and he come on and contradicted himself. And Brenda went on there and contradicted herself 3 times in 2 days. And they had some science guy come on there, Steve Bauman. He come on and contradicted himself. And then of course they always win. Oh, well, I won. And it's like, oh, you didn't win anything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
This guy was going on and on with these circular reasoning with this fucking clown today. Just unreal. You know, it's like the electrolyte discussion that he was having with them people in the fucking Idiocracy movie. He goes, he says, well, Bronto's got what plants crave. Yeah, it's got electrolytes. And he said, well, what are electrolytes? Well, they're what they make Brondo from. Yeah, but what are they? Plants crave electrolytes. And it's like, or no, plants crave Brondo. And it's like they just have this fucking circular argument that goes nowhere. You know, it's like, it's kind of like that idea of how they know how old something is. It's like, well,
40 billion years old.
Yeah. It's well, we know because of the layer we find it in. Ah, okay. All right. Well, how do you know the age of the layer that you're in? Well, by the things that we find in it. It's like, what? It's one of the dumbest fucking things I've ever heard. But people just go, oh, okay, well, that makes sense to me.
One more point for Matthew, because I think it's going to resonate well with everybody.
All right, let's give it that one more point, and then let's shift there because I think people are going to have a chance.
The sun is 860,000 miles across. It's gigantic. If it was a mile over your head, it would look like that, right? It would just fill the whole sky. Yep. Agreed? Okay, so we got the moon, we got the sun. It's a mile away. We move it 93 million miles away, or 8 light minutes. That's how they say
8 light minutes. Yep.
8 light minutes. It's now the size of a coin held at arm's length.
Yep.
Okay. So if I doubled the distance again, it would be half this size.
Yep.
So now it's 4 times as, no, it's twice as far. I double it again, 4 times as far. It's a quarter of that size.
Sure.
I double it again, 8 times as far. It's now a 16th of that size, which is like a ball bearing. It's like smaller than a pencil eraser, like half the size of a pencil eraser, right? So it's now approaching the size of a large star. So 8 times 8 is 64. We'll call that 8 times the distance, 1 light hour. If we made it 2 light hours, I doubt you could even see it. Let's make it 24 light hours away. You can prove that its angular size is too small, and forget the inverse square law of how bright it would be. It would be dimmer, dimmer, and dimmer. But we can ignore that. At 1 light day away, you could not see the sun.
How are we seeing stars 100 light years away?
You're not. So this is my point. I'm going to make that point exactly. You're already jumping ahead.
Oh.
So at 1 light day away, we could not see the sun. They tell us Polaris, that we can all see with our naked eye, is 46 times bigger than our sun. So if we put Polaris at 46 light days away, let's round it up to 2 months. Give the globe the benefit of the doubt. At 2 light months away, you could not see Polaris. Round it up to a light year, right? You could not see Polaris. But they tell us Polaris is 433 light years away, and everybody can see it with their naked eye.
Is that how far it is? 433?
Light years.
Uh-huh.
And now the most important star in the sky, they're saying, well, maybe it's only 333 light years away. 100 light years. Okay. You can't even fathom what that is. But I just proved, giving the globe a huge leeway and benefit of the doubt, that at 2 light months away, you couldn't see it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like taking a school bus. Yeah. How do we see satellites? Yeah.
Oh, well, all right. Satellite, that goes right into fake space. Well, we're on track.
There you go. Okay, great.
Oh, is that where we're going? Fake space?
Yeah. You were going to fake space and satellite.
Oh, this is all about the moon landing and stuff, right?
What moon landing?
Okay.
Wait, we landed on the moon?
It didn't happen.
Oh, really? Okay. Okay.
Let's hear what is fake space? Let's start there.
Yeah.
Matthew, have you ever seen the Starlink satellites? Have you ever looked up and see the line of satellites?
You can't see satellites with the naked eye, so no.
People say you can. I saw them. Starlink, you can.
Take a medium-sized car and
I'm with you.
And drive it 500 miles away and tell me if you can see it.
I'm with you 100%.
No, satellites, from the perspective of physics, unless they have some kind of illumination, which they don't, cannot be seen by the naked eye.
We gotta get him on the lives working with us.
Wait a minute, hang on a second here, guys.
You got to come over to Angel. He's on TikToks.
No. Okay, maybe.
Matthew, I want you to remember.
All right, no, I have never seen the Starlink satellites because it's impossible.
What you just said is true.
Yeah.
Okay, but here they are, and I've seen them myself. Now, this was 2 years ago. I saw.
No, those can't be satellites.
I'm with you, but this is what they tell us they are.
Balloons, maybe?
They're local. They're not far away.
Drones?
Yes. Don't know. Not sure. But they're not satellites because, as you pointed out, The Starlink size is smaller than a 747's engine, way smaller, right? So here's a 747. You can barely make out the shape of the plane when you're looking at it, but you can't see the engines. The plane's only 5 to 7 miles up.
And why are the satellites illuminated? Why do you need illumination on satellites?
Right.
Well, that's reflecting sunlight, they tell us.
Let's say it's the sun. Yeah, that's the sun's hitting it.
If this is 7 miles high, if I made it double the height, you couldn't see the airplane, right? But the satellites, these tiny little satellites, are 350 miles up.
Is that their altitude? 350?
350, and then those lines, they're telling us that line of lights is satellites.
No.
Is Starlink satellites.
No.
See, here's the thing. You can't even believe your own model because you don't know it. Because when we point out these things that your model, your paradigm says is a fact, you're a smart guy. You're like, that's impossible.
All I'm saying is there's no way you could see those Starlink satellites with the naked eye.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Welcome to fake space.
Hang on a second. Wait a minute. Hold your horses. That doesn't prove the Earth is flat or not flat.
One more point for Matthew, because I think it's going to resonate well with everybody.
Right. It's measured flat.
Yep.
In every way you could think of.
Yep.
It's that simple. I would have hit it. I would have hit him that way. I said, "Hey, let's do the math. Let's run through it." Guaranteed.
I remember what got me
that connection.
Got me thinking of that mass attracts mass was when they did that crazy the fabric of space where they put like that big old bowling ball or something in the middle of a trampoline, and then they'd put like a cue ball out on the edge, and they'd say that it was bending space time so that cue ball would roll down to that bowling ball in the middle, and claim that's what was proven that.
Yeah,
I know that. Listen, I saw that as a kid. My dad was always watching what other people would call high-minded television. And they were demonstrating that, I guess, on PBS or some shit like that. He was watching one time. And I remember seeing that in other demonstrations, like on Cosmos and shit. And I was like, well, that's stupid. That's a sheet with a fucking bend in it because you got a weight in the middle of it. Of course the balls are all going to fucking go down to it. What are you doing? You're telling me that the fucking outer space is a blanket now? What? I couldn't get that. I was like, how are you thinking? What in the hell? You're suggesting there's a medium. This thing about where they say that they say, oh, light bends because of gravity. It's like, well, light, first off, isn't physical. And in order to bend light, you need a medium for it to go through. So now you're suggesting that space, which you said was a vacuum, and by definition, a deprivation of fucking matter, is somehow bending light? How? What? That is dumb. Like light has some kind of fucking physical property to it or something. We don't even know what the hell light is, much less to be saying it's bending around fucking planets and shit. That's the dumbest goddamn thing I ever heard. You need a medium for that, man. No other way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, this is funny. This cop, it looks like Mike Lindell. I swear to God, he does. This is fucking crazy. This is what happens when Citizen knows exactly how far he can stand. Listen to this.
Let's go see what this is all about. We're more than 10 feet away.
You need anything?
Nope, you're dismissed.
Dismissed?
Yep.
Actually, that's not how it works, but...
Am I committing a crime?
No, but I'd like to know if you need...
I'd like to not answer your questions. You're dismissed.
The incident involving the officer and the bystander recording the traffic stop raises concern about the rights of citizens to document police activities. With the increasing use of mobile devices, more and more individuals are recording interactions with law enforcement, and this case highlights the importance of knowing your rights when doing so.
Because I'm allowed to film in public.
You are allowed to film it.
Cool. You're
I'm
dismissed.
just making sure that you need anything.
I don't need anything from you.
Okay. Well, just do us a favor. Don't interfere with our investigation.
I'm not interfering. You don't need to tell me that. I'm sorry. Do I have a First Amendment too, man? Dude, I can say what I want.
You do have a First Amendment.
Exactly. Which means I can say you and point the camera at you. Yeah, you're dismissed. Yep, that's it. Bet you've never been told that. You're just sitting here filming. You're scared of a camera.
You don't have to watch your language around cops, especially when they bother you, just because you pull out a camera. And I wouldn't have been impolite if he hadn't tried to tell me how this works. But when you try to tell a citizen who's just minding his own business how this works,
I know, I hate
you're giving a command that you don't need to give. And we'll hang around for a bit. It doesn't look like anybody's in trouble over here. That's what I wanted to make sure, was that everyone was safe. But I think I'm going to stand around and film just to show this guy that I can. And there's nothing he can do about it. He's got his window open. I hope he can hear me. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not doing anything wrong, man.
You can't just walk up on a police
I can absolutely
investigation.
I know the law better than you, don't I?
You don't.
Interesting.
You got a prisoner in the back.
I'm 10 feet away.
Just walk up.
I'm 10.
You were close.
What law am I breaking?
I don't know you.
Tell me what law I'm breaking, officer.
You coming to let this dude out of the car?
Can you tell me what law I'm breaking?
You coming to let this dude out of the car?
I don't have to answer your questions.
What it surely look like.
I don't have to answer your questions.
Right up to that car.
This is textbook, dude. I don't have to answer your questions. You're just educating my friends here. That's all.
You can educate all you want. But what you can't do is you can't interfere with our investigation.
So just like in the court case Glick versus Knuffy, when the Boston Police Department arrested a man for recording them, they tried to hide it under a charge of wiretapping, but we know that's not the case. These are just cover charges that cops try and get away with. You have every right to record the police when you see them carrying out their duties. And in that case, Glick was standing at least 10 feet away from the police officers while recording. So it's good to know that the Supreme Court ruled in favor of Glick. So therefore, if you're at least 10 feet away, 8 to 10 feet, that's a safe distance. Cops should not feel threatened in any manner. You're only recording. Do your job.
That's what I'm going to tell you. If you'd like to video, I would like you against the wall. Because I'm going to let you know right now.
Here's good.
To right here.
Here's fine.
And this is where my prisoner is. You want to see him? Here he is.
Fine.
There's a prisoner back.
Are you okay?
So it sure looked like you were coming to let him out of the car.
You're getting a complaint on you, dude. You need to step
go
back.
right ahead. I haven't violated any of your rights.
I haven't violated any of your laws.
But you sure are really taking me away from my investigation.
You sound like feelings enforcement right now. You're law enforcement, dude. Yeah.
Walking up to a cruiser to maybe let.
What law did I break? What law did I break?
Dude, I'm just telling you right now. Don't do that again, or you will be detained.
What law did I break?
I'm telling you. Do you understand?
What law did I break?
Cruiser, there are
educate the public. Educate the public. What law did I break?
I don't know you.
You don't know what law I broke because there wasn't one.
So if you
can you leave me alone? I'm just filming. Can you leave me alone? Can you leave me alone? It's not. It's not. It's no. Actually, it's 10 feet away, dude. It's 10 feet away. All I need is 8, and there's 10 feet. All I need is 8. I know the law, man. I know the law.
Don't do it.
You don't have to let me know anything.
Don't do it.
I can do what I was doing. I was 10 feet away. And you still can't name a law I broke, can you, law enforcement? You can't name a law. You're real mad. You're big mad right now. Throw your arms in the air. Yeah. Obstruction. Say it again. Say it again. I'm still not under arrest, am I? Because you don't have power over a law-abiding citizen. You're dismissed. Can I get their badge numbers as well?
Yeah.
You did great. You should tell your friend that I'm allowed to be 10 feet away and film in the car. Well, you know what? You've been very polite to me.
And as always, this is what it looks like to know your rights. Make sure you know your rights. The bystander's assertiveness in defending his right to record, along with his request for identification from another officer, showcases the power of knowledge and awareness in these situations. By maintaining a safe distance and remaining calm, the bystander was able to continue recording without further incident. However, this event also highlights the importance of police officers being trained on citizens' rights to record and the appropriate use of force when interacting with the public. Overall, this incident serves as a reminder of the need for open communication and respect between law enforcement and citizens to maintain a safe and just society.
Let's go see what this is all about.
Looks like he's fucking riding a horse. Or he's got like German fucking World War II pants on.
Riding breeches.
I almost laughed to death when I got pulled over by a state trooper in fucking New Jersey on the New Jersey Turnpike, and the guy come out and walked up to me. I thought it was like a Hogan's Heroes set. Like, that is the most German looking fucking shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, the ones that is a fucking is that Rhode Island?
Yeah, it was Rhode Island and New Jersey.
They got them really militant looking goddamn.
Oh my god, it looked like something out of the fucking Gestapo.
These goofballs that look like a fucking drill sergeant here are
the goofiest looking hat you've ever seen. It like sits way on top of their head, and it's got like this like choker that runs under their neck. like fucking retarded. I laughed when I saw the Michigan police car, and it had like a fucking like a rib down the middle of the hood.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the frig is that? Looks like a taxi.
Yeah, a little plastic sign or whatever. It says police, or state police. Yeah, there's and that blue, that color of blue, that's kind of irritating.
It's like a weird looking color. And I was like, what the hell is that? Security? I was like, no, it's a state trooper. And I was like, God looks retarded.
Hey, this is pretty good. Here's Bro Sanchez about that eclipse. This is pretty good.
Before I say anything, watch this.
We haven't seen the moon in the sky all day except for this one moment right here. That is not the moon.
It's Terry Acker.
Think about it. If that were the moon, it would have been lit up so bright right before it eclipsed the sun, brighter than we normally see it. But we didn't see that at all, and it would have been the same thing right after the eclipse. You would have seen the moon brighter than ever before, but you didn't. You didn't see it nowhere today except for this one time right here. If it were the moon, this is how it would have looked. If you believe what they tell you, this is how it would look right here. But it doesn't. That's not the way it looked. That's not what you seen today. You didn't see the moon until it was supposedly covering the sun. This is what you saw. You seen the sun itself filling up with what looks like a
right there. Look at this edge. Yeah. Look at this edge right here. Where the fuck is that coming through? Look at that. You see, there's no occultation of this glow around it either. You see that? And you see this edge of the sun. It's like, I think, who is it? Cammy put that thing out about the polarization. I'm going to see if I can find it. I have that downloaded someplace.
Black circular object. But what you don't see is the rest of the black circular object. Where's it at? It's not there. You do not see the rest of the object before it supposedly passes the path of the sun. Now watch again. You can see the sun itself filling up with what looks like a circular object. But where is the rest of the circular object? Right here, look. There's nothing there. If this were a solid object passing in front of the sun, this is what you would see. You would see the whole object.
Yep.
But that's not what you see. It's just totally not there. Nothing there, proving that it is not a solid object.
Nope.
What you are truly looking at here is called an optical illusion. The supposed circular object that is passing across the sun's path is nowhere near the sun. It is in a total different location of the firmament, and what you are witnessing is reflectivity, giving you the optical illusion that one sphere is passing in front of another sphere, only because that's what you've been told your whole life. Now I'm going to show you what's really going on here. Now the sun is here, but the optical illusion of the eclipse is taking place in a total different spot of the firmament, as you see here.
That's cool.
Now you'll see here, just as you've seen with the supposed eclipse, that the object cannot be seen before it passes the sun, proving that it is nothing more than an optical illusion and that you have been lied to.
In the past, I've made several videos about the eclipse pointing out this same thing. I had so many globe earthers jumping on me and saying how stupid I am, but I like this video. When you think about this, one of the most backwards things about an eclipse is this. When an eclipse is happening, they tell everybody to go outside at the exact same time that the event began. And when we go outside, they tell us to go out and look directly at the sun and wait on the event to happen. When you think about it, this is backwards. We shouldn't be coming outside looking at the sun. This is what really should be happening. We should be coming outside seeing the moon right here before it even gets to the sun. No one should come outside and look at the sun. The star of the show is really the moon. It's the moon. that's coming to pass in front of the sun. It's really the moon that's the star player. So you know what should happen during the eclipse? Everyone should go outside and we should all be looking at the moon. Why? Because we should be waiting for it to come and pass in front of the sun. In fact, we should be tracking the moon a day before the eclipse even happened. Why don't we track the moon in advance? They just tell us to go outside and automatically look at the sun. And when we look at the sun, we notice that the eclipse is happening from within the sun. And the video that I played for you is a great video to play to show what's happening during the eclipse. And this little demonstration I'm doing is to show you that we've been doing eclipses all wrong. We should be tracking the moon first, way before it even get to the sun. But no one even cares about the moon. We just go outside, look at the sun, and we say, hey, there go the moon passing in front of the sun. But just like we saw in the video, we never see the rest of the moon. Before I say anything, watch this.
We haven't seen the moon in the sky.
It replayed. It started replaying.
It's almost like an eyelid or a shade. It's almost like somebody pulling a shade over it.
It's really baffling. We don't know what's going on really up there in the sky. We really don't. We have assumptions and theories and, of course, ridiculous hypothesis regarding, balls of fucking burning gas out in a void someplace. I don't know.
It's almost like it's a hole
My
that
balls.
has something behind it.
Oh,
Stephen Hawking?
Yeah, listen. Takes a long time.
Someone please scratch my balls.
How could you, Stephen Hawking?
Well, somebody got to do it, goddammit. Jeez. That's crazy as shit. Let me see. Did I have anything left over here that I wanted to fuck with?
I like Bro Sanchez. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Vlad had him on once, and we all talked, Roger, me, Bro Sanchez, and Vlad, and it was a pretty interesting conversation. It was pretty cool.
Wait, is this what I think?
Retarded. I am most known for saying.
Wait a second. This is kind of funny. Hold on a second.
My name is Albert Einstein. I am objectively retarded. I am most known for saving the heliocentric model when the Michelson-Morley experiment almost ruined everything. The null result of that experiment was so damning that it forced me to invent the theories of general and special relativity to make sure the sheeple stayed asleep. Thank Lucifer that I did too. I was able to wrap the alien nonsensical model in magnificent mathematical garb that protected it forevermore with a bubble wrap of unfalsifiability. In reality, I just stole concepts from other more intelligent people, and I did not even fully understand the mathematical concepts that I invoked. Whenever I spoke in public, I only ever read off cue cards that were provided to me by my handlers. I never took questions. I always just did what they told me to do, stood where they told me, and read what they put in front of me. I think it is awesome that sheeple take one look at my field equations and boom. They then think the Earth is a Masonic spinning space ball. Just like magic. It does not matter that it was all mathematical nonsense that I specifically created to confuse, bewilder, and bedazzle the susceptible sheeple masses into accepting and defending the heliocentric model. The best part is we have now ingrained this nonsense so deep into the current generation that most people actually think I am smart. They don't even know that married my cousin and then left her for her underage child. Ha 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 ha. The Earth is flat, you globularist. Hello, my name.
I thought it was cute.
He had a hernia and wore women's shoes.
No, it was terrible. I don't even know. What is this? I don't know how long this is. Those ain't very long. This will be interesting. But go ahead. About Einstein and his proclivities for being a Heine pirate. Guess you couldn't be an openly Heine pirate back in those days. So they had to hide. That's why his wife dressed up like a woman.
He blinded them with silence. I mean, with science.
Blinded me with science. That was a good jam. Not really. If you think about it, it wasn't that hot. Oh, look at there. Yeah, but what if you can't? What if you can't one mind, one spirit, like Stephen Hawking? You would be relegated to having somebody have to come and scratch your balls, and you'd have to use your little talking generator and sound something like this. Oh, you didn't hear it. Wait one sec.
Someone please scratch my balls.
See, that's what you'd be relegated to right there. And probably they had like a monkey that was trained to do it just so nobody had to touch him. You know?
He made some gurgle sounds and the guy read off like 5 sentences.
Yeah. I wonder who, when he was down there on Epstein Island, I wonder who translated during his sex and shit. I wonder who did the translation.
Oh. Don't touch my nutsack.
Nah, he'd want that.
To have happened around the year of Christ 1000, around the year 874, said the Icelander, wrote in which you will find all certainty in all the names of its bishops. That's what we translated when we were diving into this old ancient map of Iceland. Hi, I dive into old maps and I find things that just don't make sense and weird anomalies. And did we just find the Christ 1000 years? You tell me. Comment and let me know your thoughts. There's a lot of controversy over this, and I stumbled upon it when I was looking at this map, and I had it translated 3 different ways, and you tell me. So here's what happened. This is a map of Iceland back from 1585. Let me show you the date up here. So see where it says 1585 right there, right? And this is what they called Iceland. They called it Icelandia. This is an island, right? And I'll zoom out so we can see it. It's kind of cool. They have all these crazy looking fish and the volcano that is always going. And they describe it in great detail. Very interesting. But that's not the crazy part. When I was translating the second portion, they talk about this 1000 year of Christ. And when I first did the translation, I wasn't sure because, the AI translation can be weird. So I did it 3 ways a Sunday. You can see the actual verbiage and copy it yourself and translate it. It's crazy. So let me show you what I found. Go to this page here. So this was the portion on Icelandia. In the beginning, it talks about the discoveries. It talks about longitude and latitude and where it's detailed. But this part down here gets into all the fun stuff, and it's right over here where it says that, right there. This right here where it starts with the Sirkala, Anna 874. That's where it begins right there, so you can copy that if you'd like. And then the other portion is here. I've already done all of this and had it translated, so I'll show you the translation. So this is what I read in the beginning. Right here it says, this seems to have happened around the year of Christ 1000, around the year 874. The said Icelander wrote, in which you will find all certainty in all the names of its bishops. So that's what chat had translated as. So I was like, let's see what Gemini wants to say. So then it says here, right here, it says, where was this? Here it is. It seems to have happened around the year of Christ 874. The said Jonas wrote of it, in which you will find all the names of their bishops with certainty. Interesting, right? So there was that one there as well. And then I did a third one. I was like, all right, let's do a third one. So me and Claude had a little talk, and we were like, all right, what are we going to translate here? And this one, let's find it. It says, it seems this was accomplished near the year of Christ 1000. They say in Saxo Germanico, the island Jonas, in which you will find all certainty in all the names of its bishops. I just think this is so interesting. Comment, let me know what you think. Again, if you'd like a link to any of this, I will be glad to shoot it over to you.
Oops. That's what gets me. That's what gets me about some of these old writings and shit. You know, you can't just blow them off. You gotta go, wait a second, man. This was important enough that somebody published it in a book. And listen, it wasn't as easy to do that back then as it is now.
Yeah.
At least we're told it wasn't. But if it was important enough to go to the effort of publishing it in a works of any kind, means that there's probably some fucking fiber to that. You know what I mean? I mean,
Doing
it
it,
just stands to reason.
doing it by candlelight with a quill.
Yeah. Supposedly. Supposedly. Oh, this is pretty good. This. Yeah, I wish it were bigger. This cop's got two black guys pulled over. He says, "Do you have any idea how black you were going?" Anyway, somebody had suggested this.
I used to watch the Retarded Policeman. You ever see that? I don't know if they still do it anymore. It's the guy he's actually retarded and he's a policeman.
No. Is he like? Oh no, that's terrible. That's terrible.
It used to be on YouTube.
They probably took that down. It's unkind.
Albert Einstein! Was it Stephen Hawking? When I apply my battle theory, minds are relatively blown, so take a seat, Steve. Oh, I see you brought your own. What's with your voice? I can't frickin' tell. You sound like Barney having sex fit to speak and spell. I'll school you anywhere, MIT to Oxford. Or your fans will be like, that was awkward. I'm as dope as two rappers, you better be scared, cause that means Albert E equals MC squared. You got no idea what you're messing with here, boy. I got 12-inch rims on my chair, that's how I roll, y'all. You look like someone glued a mustache on a troll doll. I'll be stretching up a rhyme like gravity stretches time when you try to put your little pea brain against this kind of mind. On the best, on the Snoop Dogg science, I'll be dropping mad apples on your head from the shoulders. I was a giant whose shoulders you'd have stood on if you could stand. I'll give you a brief history of pain with the back of my hand. You can't destroy matter or me for serious. Ripping holes in you bigger than the hole in your black hole theory was. There are 10 million particles in the universe that we can observe. Your mama took the ugly ones and put them into one nerve. You wanna bring the heat with the mushroom clouds you're making. I'm about to make raps from strats like Carl Sagan. And while it's true that my work is based on you, I'm a supercomputer, you're like a TI-82. Ooh. Whoa! Poster! Unisign! Upper! Wow!
That's
it was epic.
It was very epic. I was very epicified. There, we just invented a new word.
Right.
We get to use that.
Patented.
What is this here?
Trademark, Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind.
Oh, this is a Red Bull thing. Red Bull sent team of scientists to debunk the flat Earth theory. What they discovered is life-changing. You want to watch it?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I mean, if it's going to change my life.
That's what it said. Well, for them, it did. It didn't say it was going to change your life.
Okay.
It was going to say.
I mean,
well, I just don't want to get you, set up for a letdown.
I was just about to start carrying things out to burn them in the yard, but okay, I guess I'll wait.
All right, you're good. All right, here we go.
No, this is not the one.
bro, that's a wolf.
It's there. Look at that.
It's a wolf, right?
There.
That's the one right there. Finally, we're here. Wow. Qué loca esta.
But it's quite high, yeah?
Yeah, it's way bigger than I thought. It's quite high.
Quite high. So, like today, we just look and try and find the waterfall. Then we try and find a way to access ice safely.
Imagine this happens when we're there.
We just saw a big piece of ice fall down and it created this huge wave. And you start thinking, what if it's us down there? When we go out, we'll be sometime down there. So, scary. That was a big piece. We really need to take a look from close with the small boats. I'm sure we'll find nice waterfalls. Wow. Yeah. Man, see how the water has made its way.
Fall anytime, huh?
Yeah, I hope it will come down eventually. It's pretty, but
it's scary.
Yeah, that's good. We're looking for lots of water. I rated at the bottom, and that provides us soft landings. There's lots of waterfalls. It's just hard to find them with enough water.
Es más chorrito. No, es muy poquito.
Yeah, small and sketchy. There's about 160 k's of cliff, so we'll keep looking. I'm sure we'll find something good. Oh my God! Woo-hoo-hoo. This is perfect. Wow, that's amazing. So I really think we might just have found the most beautiful waterfall I've ever seen. And now the main thing is just getting up there. We found this other place where the ice wall is way lower. It's a good access point, way easier than up there where the waterfalls are. The ice wall is much larger here, probably about 20 meters, so we can't get any closer. We are going to have to walk almost 10 k's across the ice. Our guides have come up with a pretty smart plan to get up to the ice, but now we need to check with our Captain Benny and see if he's okay with that. Fingers crossed.
Is this what you are thinking about?
So the one on the bow. It was.
Right. Yeah, we will make it somehow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you have to go many?
Yeah. No road is without sticks.
All right, so now the plan is to get a ladder up to the ice. Philip will get up the ladder, set it up. From there, he'll be able to pull us up. So it's dangerous to be under the ice, so we got to do it quick and get out of there as fast as possible. From what we have scouted on the drones, it doesn't look like it will be easy. So we will need to be prepared for river crossings, crevasses, and much more. On top of our usual kayaking gear, we have a lot of specialist equipment for this task. Ice climbing equipment, supplies, GPS radios, polar bear protection, and a ladder. Go light, they said. It happened.
What is the distance now over to the ice?
10 meters closing. No distance, 5 meters closing. Distance, 3 meters closing. Nothing. Hit the rubber and touching it forward. But are you happy if we go now?
Then if you are happy with that, we can try.
Looks good, but it's nice good now. They will play now.
And then when it's up, we take the ladder away. Okay. We back out.
Where's your ice wall, Fleur? Oh my fucking god. That's why those guys are so hard to take. It's like, come on, man. Everybody knows about this shit by now. What's your problem? You know?
Were they just abandoning that guy up there on the top?
No, what he was going to do is go up there and ride that waterfall or some shit down. Is all. I don't know. They were looking for a place to ride on those waterfalls. I don't know why, but it's Red Bull. They got people that do crazy, nutty, fucking nonsensical shit. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. What is this? Threatening to bomb Iran but protects North Korea. Well, that's kind of crazy. Trump takes aim at U.S. allies, warns Oman not to interfere over critical strait. Well, anyway, their madman show will go on. I don't care. I'm going to get off here, man. I've been on here 4 hours. That's a long time. So anybody got anything to say? Adios. Good to have you, Moondwalks. Good to have you.
All right.
Yeah, man, this is really not working out well for us at all. This is really a bad thing. I think we're going to see some major shifts and shit very soon. You know, and you know what I mean? Within the next few months, there's going to be some fucking crazy shit happening. Mark my words. But anyways, as we always like to say on here, don't forget, the Lord loves a working man. Don't never, ever, ever trust Whitey. See your doctor and get rid of him because he'll probably kill you.
Sorry, I had to go to the bathroom. Sorry.
It's all right.
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you,
right on, man. Thanks for coming up, D-man.
It's better to shit in the sink than sink in the shit.
That's right. You heard it. That's how it goes around here. Don't forget that either. We'll see you next time on Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Good night, everybody.